Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome in. Hello, pull up a chair. Come on in. Welcome. The kitchen door is open. We are making, I've been excited for this stream all week. We're making walking tacos. I'm excited but unsure of how they're going to be. We're making walking tacos. We're making Rotel dip, which I'm keen for, but I feel like I want to make some changes too. But we're going to try it how it is first. We're making Rotel dip, walking tacos, and then we're making Paul Man's pizza. So we're doing all this week. We're doing nostalgic food for the community, for recipes that or ideas that you guys sent in for me to recreate from your childhood, or things that from your childhood, or things that you used to love. Maybe, in the last years, things that you want to introduce me to. So I'm very keen. I don't think I've ever been here for a start stream. Oh my goodness. Kerry, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Welcome in, everyone. How's your week been? Happy midweek. It's Wednesday. Very keen to get started. So before we continue, let's go back to last time on. Show what we did on the last stream was this. So baked potatoes, nostalgic food was twice baked potatoes, donuts. So we did cinnamon donuts, and then these ones with a little bit of glaze with pink for pink. So on Friday, this weekend, we're going to the Pink concert, which we're very excited for. So we thought we'd do pink for pink, and then we did thumbprint cookies. Exceed was a big fan of this thumbprint cookie recipe. The recipe is linked in Discord. It's from Preppy Kitchen, I think. And then we got this cool little donut dispenser thing that we were trying to work out all stream how to use. Do we go thicker batter? Do we go thinner batter? They turned out okay, not great. The one that you can see dipped in that one there turned out probably the best shape out of all of them. One cheeky bit from Nido, 6 subs, resubs, gifted subs, and 4 new people in the form of follows. Get baked rated. This is all, unfortunately, the bot is just back a day, so it's fixed, but it hasn't been updated. So thank you everyone for contributing to last stream. How many of you have had walking tacos? Nova says, I love walking tacos, excited to see your take on them. Well, I'm getting my information from you guys because I've not had them before. I've got a recipe, like a blog page to get some information, but I'm keen if you guys have made them before. Give me some suggestions. Tacos are really a thing in the US, so no idea what. Sal, do you mean tacos aren't a thing in the UK? So walking tacos are. We don't have Fritos here, so I'm using a little packet of Doritos. So you get the Doritos or the corn chips. You open them up. We don't have Fritos, so I just got these. I hope that's okay. And then you put basically they're like walking nachos really, from my understanding. And we're gonna put all things in there. Well, I'm sure Doritos will be also as good. Okay, good. When I read it, oh no, I was like, I thought you were gonna say, oh no, that's not good. The Fritos are different. I'm like, So we're gonna try it out. I've only had it in Doritos. Okay, thanks, Stephen. Cool. And then we're making some. Okay, so we don't actually have Rotel in Australia, so I'm going to try and make a version of it. Hey Google, what is Rotel? Hey Google, hold on. The Google Home is off again for some reason. Let me just. There's one talking on in here.
So 16 because.
Hey Google, what is Rotel?
According to Wikipedia, RO Telephone is the brand name of a line of canned tomatoes.
Oh, yeah. Repeat that.
Sure. According to Wikipedia, RO Telephone is the brand name of a line of canned tomatoes and green chili. There are different varieties of RO Telephone in varying degrees of hotness and spiciness.
Okay.
The brand was acquired by Conagra Foods in
Hold on. The brand name is called RO Telephone. Hold the phone. What? Why is the company name RO Telephone? I thought when I asked him what Rotel was, I thought he was talking about telephones. And that's why I stopped him. And then he started talking about chopped tomatoes. Rotel dip. Is that how you pronounce it? Rotel. Rotel. Yeah, Rotel. Rotel telephones. Road telephones. But he said road telephone, RO telephones. Anyway, why is it called telephone? UK is not known for its great food, but you've ever done any UK dishes like toad in the hole? Yeah, toad in the hole, bangers and mash. I've done heaps of British food. I think British food's fantastic. But the thing is that Australia is very similar. We don't have anything like, you guys have more unique food than us. We have like childhood snack food, like chocolate crackles and fairy bread and things like that. We've got meat pies, a lot of dessert, pavlova, lamington, but nothing really substantially Australian. But we have a lot of diversity in our restaurants. So there's a lot of different foods available. I assume as well, the UK is the same. That with international travel the way it is, there is usually heaps of choice of different restaurants. I had the most amazing Indian when I was in the UK, when I was in London. I had amazing curry and naan. When did you come to the UK? So Exceed and my husband and I have been together for 10 years this year. And so I was just before we met, I was in the US. So I was 11 years ago, I was in the UK. Curry is really popular here. Yeah. So I flew into London, and then I was in London for a bit, and then I went on a trip that went like to Paris, France, Italy, Czech Republic, Germany, Belgium, some other places in between, and then back to the UK. And then I flew to Barcelona. And then I went from Barcelona, I took an overnight train to Madrid, and then I took a really fast train from Barcelona to Madrid. Madrid, overnight train to Portugal. Then I flew from Portugal to Ireland. Ireland, I took the ferry to Wales, and then went back to the UK and then flew home. So I was there for about, I think, 6 or 8 weeks in Europe. I'd love to go back. Exceed and I've discussed, we've both done Europe separately, and we'd like to go back and do them together one day. It was an amazing trip. The weather puts me off Australia. I'd melt. You have to come in, don't come in January or February. That's the hottest time of the year. But my personal favourite is between September, October, November. I'm Ginger Molly. My husband is skinned as well, and he's hot. He runs hot, so he said I think December's warm. December's hot, but January, February is the hottest. So I would recommend coming September, October, November. Spring is beautiful in Australia. It's my favourite time of the year. I'd have to marry factor 50, yes. But it's not always hot, and there's heaps of air conditioning, and it's beautiful, Southern. It's beautiful. Australia is amazing. Best beaches, honest. All right, let's do a deep dive into Discord. I want to hear about nostalgic food if you have any other suggestions. So we're doing Dex's Redemption today, Dex's idea, which is, Dex is always telling me about walking tacos, but we've had a few people suggest them. But Dex talked about poor man's pizza, which I'm keen for. Pizza on a slice of bread with pizza sauce and then cheese. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a plain, like a nostalgic version of something, and then if necessary, if we deem it to be okay, then I'm going to make a mollified version of it. So like I'm going to amp it up with some different stuff. So we can do a poor man's pizza with just bread, like pizza sauce and then cheese, and then we might get a little bit bougie with it. We'll see how we feel. And then I feel like the Rotel dip, whatever it's called, we might bougie that up a bit as well. We'll see how we go. Toast, but yeah, it's all the same. So you don't use bread, you use toast. Okay, let's do a deep dive into Discord, show you what the community has been cooking and eating this week. This was from Sylvan, recommended this hot sauce. I've never heard of it before. Has anyone heard of Lola's? So it just says original, doesn't say anything much about it on this label. Never heard of Lola. Hey, hells. Toast a slice of bread and then sauce and then cheese and microwave. Microwave. Okay, no grill. No, whatever you call it. Put it under to melt the cheese, like no toasting. What do you guys call it? So we call it putting under the grill. You guys put not a salamander or a, what do you call it, where the heat's at the top? Broil. Sylvan, Cholula with cheesy potatoes. I told you, Cholula is an amazing all-round hot sauce, but with potatoes, cheese, or rice and cheese. Right, sometimes Exceed and I just pressure cook a rice with some chicken stock, and then we scoop that on a plate, grated cheese, and let that melt into the cheese, and then hot sauce, Cholula hot sauce. Damn. Yeah, the channel is called All Things Food. Grumpy is looking for recommendations in Melbourne around the South Bank area, and so the great Nito and Shaddy gave some suggestions, and Margot. And then, guys, what do you think of this? Nito Burrito's husband, Mr. Burrito, posted, this was his margarita pizza. And she said, he cooked himself some pizza for dinner. Apparently this level of cook is just right. Margarita pizza, what do you guys think? Oh, no. Exceed would eat this, and Exceed would like it because it'd be crunchy. But there's like no flavour. There's no way. Kerry says yum. Margarita jerky. That's like margarita breadsticks. Ooh. Just imagine how like the tomato sauce has got like caramelized and then burnt. Oh. Can't even recognise that as pizza. It kind of looks like a really old piece of zombie meat. Dried like jerky. I would eat that too, Dex says. Oh my goodness. Wow. This was my dinner, I think Monday or Tuesday night. I just felt like a ham and salad sandwich. So you got ham, cheese, tomato, carrot, lettuce, avocado, salt and pepper. I didn't put any mayo this time or no whole grain mustard. Yum. It looks like a big Dorito. Beware made a homemade burger tonight. Beef, American cheese, egg. Ooh, sauteed onion, garlic mayo, tots for me, and chips for Jay. Tots, aka potato gems for the Australians. Look at that. Looks great. Nice bun. I have all of these buns. I have a bunch of buns from Costco in the freezer we need to use. American cheese equals Velveeta. I assume American cheese is like that high melt cheese. Can you slice Velveeta? Like burger cheese. We're using, this is the Australian version of Velveeta today. And then we might not be able to do it today, but I have a recipe for homemade Velveeta. But we might not be able to do it today, we'll see. Because it will take a while, I think. But we can try. You have to just remind me. Fried salmon with mustard mayo sauce on minty pea mash, chips and broccolini for Wolf. Look at this. Is this homemade or is this store, like from a restaurant? This looks good. I'd eat this. Mint mash. Okay, this is interesting. Americans, pay attention. I want you to pay attention to the lack of pink, okay? White is metric or mainly metric. Blue, which is the UK, is mixed imperial and metric, and pink is imperial mainly. So you've got North America, Myanmar, and Liberia. The reason I share it is because a food blogger that I follow, she was saying this is wrong according to the comment section on her blog. She's like a big blogger, and all the Americans tell her that she's doing it wrong and that she needs to put her recipes in cups. You are in the minority, but sometimes I understand cooking with cups, especially savoury food. Like actually, so I differentiate cooking and then baking. Cooking is like your savoury stuff, quick. Some recipes you can use cups, but there's things like cakes, especially baking cakes and cookies, to get really same results every time and the as similar as possible results to the actual recipe. Metric is more effective. Get yourself some set of scales. Are there countries that use Kelvin? I don't know. I didn't know what Kelvin was until, I still don't fully understand what Kelvin is, but I never really heard the term Kelvin until I started streaming. It's like I unlocked a whole new world when we started Twitch 7 years ago, because all these things that I'd never heard of, never kind of, live in Australia. Like, you just know what you know. And you guys have taught me so much. I'd never heard of Kelvin. No countries use Kelvin for everyday measurement. A nasi goreng style fried rice from Beware. This is delicious. I love nasi goreng, Indonesian fried rice. Delish. Yum. Thanks for sharing. Then Southall Port. This is UK-based thing, but 99% of UK primary schools kids had this, hence the name school cake. Then Jamie Oliver got it banned as it wasn't healthy. If you want something nostalgic from the UK, this is it. School cake. Shall we make some school cake today? Is it just like a vanilla cake with frosting? I am down. Thank you for posting this, Southall. I appreciate it. Okay, so first things first, I'm explaining that I don't have the Rotel or the Rotel or the stuff. So I'm just using, I hope this is okay with you all, I'm just using diced tomatoes, but then I bought these things, chili peppers, and we're gonna try and make the dip. How many of you have had this dip before or had this product? Rotel? No Rotel scandal. I'm Australian. I couldn't get it without spending hundreds of dollars. A standard cake with icing that bring back so many memories. Okay, have a look. So, never had it. Okay. I found these. You guys always tell me that you guys put peppers in sandwiches, and I've been looking for this product for a long time. I don't know if this is similar to a banana pepper, so please tell me. They just say peppers, chili peppers. They're from Spain. No, yeah, turkey. Is this like a banana pepper? Are they usually bigger? You munch on them? I was munching on one the other day. They're quite nice. Not very spicy at all. More vinegary than anything. Very vinegary. Pretty cool. So, vibrant mix of yellow and red peppers with a medium heat to add colour and flavour to a dish. So I thought we'd chop these up and then put them in the tomato to make that Rotel style. And then from my understanding, I will get a recipe, but I've got lean beef, just ground beef, and then the Australian version of Velveeta. So we don't have, it used to be available, it used to be called Kraft cheese, but they don't sell it anymore. So this is, well, I can't find it if anyone else knows of it. This is the same style cheese, but it's not as like orange. It's like plain white, like whitish color. So we'll just put some annatto in there or some paprika that will give it that yellow color. Annatto is the seed spice. I don't know if it's actually a spice, but it, do you mean the blue cheddar block? Yes. It does look like tofu. But this is like American style Velveeta. So it's like, I can't cut today. So like when you'll see when I melt it, but it's just because it's not yellow, it's the same. Kind of tastes like a little bit of nothing. So we melt that. We cook the beef, and we add the tomatoes, and then we add the cheese. Supposedly that's how it goes. There's 3 or 4 ingredients, and then you eat it with corn chips. Let's have a look. Okay, the recipe. I'm just grabbing. Yeah, how many of you guys had this? Still in the supermarket next to Vegemite, and the brand name is Bega. They bought Kraft. We haven't been able to find it. Let me. Bega? Let me have a look. Woolworths. I've tried to get it for so long. Bega cheese. That is actually quite tasty. Hey, it's the Horseface song. It's not in the refrigerator at all. Yep. So I buy online, and so I've tried to find it, and I just cheddar. Let's have a look. It's near Vegemite, did you say? Really? Okay, so I'm typing in Bega cheese. Oh my God, what's happening? Yes, Bega, we've just got stringers, the spread. Doesn't seem like we have the block. You've got the cream cheese spread, that's all. Yeah. Cream cheese. So in Western Australia, we don't have it. Okay. Let me check Coles. Maybe it's just a WA thing. I'll check Woolies. Do you shop at Woolies or Coles? Comes in 2 sizes. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I haven't been able to find it. For me, I haven't been able to find it for years. So maybe it's just not. It's just not available in Western Australia. Oh, come on, man. This ain't a city, it's a horse face. I've never heard those lyrics before. Sounds like Oz Race. I don't think it sounds like Horseface. Woolworths won't let me log in. Cool. I love that. I raise you. Lucy is a goddamn arse face. Okay. Sorry, it's made by Dairy Lee. So that's what I bought. That's the... Yeah. Dairy Lee. Yeah. But what I'm saying is the craft version that maybe is now bigger, the craft version was available when I was a kid and it was yellow. It was more like Velveeta. Yeah. Okay, so we're on the same page. I need to stop looking now. Okay, so no artificial colours or flavours, but nothing about artificial ingredients. If they're not a colour or a flavour, what would they be? It says the ingredients, cheese. That's literally what it says. Cheese, minimum 70%. And then it says in brackets, milk, salt, starter culture enzymes, water, and then close bracket, water, mineral salts, butter or cream from milk, in bracket, milk fat, salt, milk solids, there's a lot of salt, food acid, preservative, colour. Not enough colour. Okay, so spend with pennies. Is it Rotel? Rotel? Or row the boat? Rotel. So her recipe is 4 ingredients. Beef. Oh God, why isn't that? Beef, processed cheese, tomatoes, and chili powder. That's it. So let's make this. And then we might do a Molly Bougeified version, okay? I'm keen. I'm so excited for this. It kind of reminds me of my auntie's chili con queso recipe. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Hey, Kathy. Row. I think it's pretend Rotel. That's what I said. Kerry got me all confused. I thought he said that I was saying that Rotel. Hey, Kathy. We're making Rotel dip. So we've got in here beef, ground beef. I took a bit out of here yesterday because I made Big Mac tacos for Exceed and I. Won't make too much. So we'll just do it like that. Let's cook it. Look at this. Okay. Chop it up. Maybe don't use metal. Let's cook it and pull it. So rather than using a saucepan, this is going to take longer to cook. So rather than using a frying pan, I'm using a saucepan because then it will make the dip easier to kind of be contained. All right, so just keep that up like that. Big Mac tacos, like Macca's Big Mac. Yeah. So you get a tortilla and then you press in raw beef, ground beef, and then salt and pepper. Flip it over and fry it until the beef is cooked. Flip it back over so then you cook the tortilla. Sprinkle over cheese. Take it out and then you add Big Mac sauce, some pickles and some chopped lettuce. I thought I made it on stream before. It's delicious. They're really good. All right, so we're gonna, this cheese. Hello, Chess. like fire. I'm gonna go and get my outfit sorted for the weekend. Very starting to get excited. It felt like it was such a long way away to go to the concert, and it's only 2 days away. Exceed and I've decided we're for those that we're going to Pink on Friday. So Exceed and I've decided we're going to drive up. We're going to go to get sushi for dinner. We're going to go to a sushi train, and then from there, we're going to we booked parking. So parking was $20, which was great, and then I think there's a shuttle. So we pre-booked the parking to then remove any headaches. Exceed eating sushi. He likes sushi. He only eats like chicken sushi. Or the vegetarian sushi. But he does like, usually I will get the actual sushi and he'll get like teriyaki chicken, like a bowl or something like that. But I'm very excited to go to this place because it has good reviews. And there's like a cinema near it. We've been to the cinema and I'm always saying, I want to go there, because it looks really popular. People like line up for ages. And now we get to go there. How many of you guys like sushi? Do you eat the fish? What type of sushi do you like? Or do you have like a meal when you go to a sushi restaurant? I thought he wasn't a fan of any seafood. No, he's not. You are correct. Hey, Antamina. All right, let's check this out. So we just want to make sure there's no big lumps here. Never ate sushi ever, Kathy? Never? Is there nothing around you? It doesn't interest you? Is there a reason why you never tried it? Okay. So we've got these peppers. Yellow and red ones. They're not very spicy. I like it, but when anything octopus. Okay. I used to like octopus more, but the more and more I learn about octopus, I'm not a fan of eating it. It's just. I eaten squid a lot growing up, but it's just funny how. Things change, your ideas of food change. And the idea, I don't know, just the idea of eating something that is so intelligent. Isn't it funny that you think, oh, cows are dumb. Cows are dumb, so I'm just going to eat them. But the smart octopuses, no way. Yeah, and the little suckers. Don't say, it's not embarrassing, my love. Don't say that. Don't say it's embarrassing. You shouldn't be embarrassed by doing something that you, feel strongly about. Oh, my goodness, no way. I love to hear that you're passionate about that and that you have, some interest in that. Don't ever feel embarrassed about having an opinion or feeling something. Okay. So, into here. I'm going to put some of these peppers. We're going to start slow because Alright, I'm going to put this. There we go. It's a bit better now. I love the suckers. They are very smart. Yeah. Pickled octopus is nice. Okay. There might be some octopuses watching this stream. All right. So peppers, capsicums, they're chilies, they're chili peppers that have been pickled and chopped. Tomato, that's replicating the Rotel tin tomatoes. Okay, and now we're going to add the cheese. Okay. So more surface area, it's going to, I was about to say dissolve, it's going to melt quicker because we've chopped it up smaller, so there's more surface area. Okay. I'm just going to let that sit. You can put a lid on it if you want. And what I am going to do is I'm going to season it with some salt and pepper. The cheese has got quite a bit of salt in it, so we're going to reduce that. So we're waiting for Nito Burrito because we got mail today. Something arrived for us to the PO box. So we're waiting for Neats. Did she just tell her to put a lid on it? Maybe. I'll tell you later. I did something that, you know when the intentions were good? Like you had good intentions, but then in reality it was really stupid? That's what I did. I did something where my intention was good. I didn't really pay attention to what I was doing, and I was really stupid. I'll tell you now. So, my salt and pepper grinders broke. One of them, my pepper grinder, I knocked it off the bench. It's smashed. So I went to buy new ones. And they arrived yesterday. They look like this. So they were nearly identical to this, but they were metal, okay? And so Exceed said to me, you better wash them before you, this is not his fault, I'm not blaming him. He said, you better wash them before you fill them up. And I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. So I rinsed them and washed them under water, soapy water, and then I thought, oh, I don't want them to have water in this area. So, and I don't want them to rust. So what I'll do is I'll put the oven on really low and just to kind of evaporate any water and moisture off, right? Intention, good. I turned the oven on low, but low was too hot. And I pulled them out and they looked okay. We had to go to a meeting, a meeting, came back and they were melted on the inside. So now I have to go get new ones. Can you believe that? I was like, what the heck? You dummy. But things happen. You gotta laugh at yourself. Silly. And you couldn't eat, like it was so it was melted on the inside, like in misshapen. But then it wouldn't even it had shrunk, the plastics, you couldn't put it on. Oh my goodness. So it was maybe not supposed, the universe was telling me that they were not supposed to be. They were not the right choice. Use some compressed air or something next time. Yeah, maybe. Or just leave them sit at room temperature to dry for a few hours. I just wanted them to dry so I could fill them up and start using them. But that's what I do with my sifter. But my sifter's old metal. I used to use a sifter to sift flour. And you wash it, and you're not meant to let it stay moist because it rusts. So I put it in the oven on a really low temperature just to evaporate all the moisture off. And that's what was supposed to happen. Like wooden salt and pepper grinders, much less likely to break. I've had wooden ones before, and they've misshapen, they get moist. I don't know. I like plastic. But yeah. I know. Look at this dip. Okay, so we're just gonna wait for everything to be melted before we taste it. We've put a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper in there. But then other than that, it's just 4 ingredients. Okay, so chili peppers, ground beef, chopped tomatoes, and the diced tomato. No, wait, diced tomatoes, chili peppers, ground beef, and cheese. I don't think Rotel dip is supposed to boil. It's just simmering. It's not boiling completely, but it's just melting. What's the issue? You think there's something wrong with it? It's just melting. Just melting. It's more the moisture of the tomatoes. There we go. How you doing, Kaz? All right, the moment of truth. I mean, we usually make it in a crock pot, so the heat isn't very high anyway. Yeah, I get that. Let's just do it quicker. So, how do you eat it? Do you eat it with corn chips? I'm so nervous. Okay, with the spoon, you just eat it with the spoon? I'm not against that. Plain old chippies. Chips, not corn chips. And crackers, okay. And do you add anything special to your dip when you make it? Any recommendations? Tortilla chips, okay. Look at this. Oh, there's a bit that's not melted, hold on. Look at these. All right, I ended up making more than I was expecting, but whatever. Look at this. You had corn. Okay, any other spices? Okay, are you ready? This is the moment of truth. Does it look right? Wow. I think I need to add some chili into it. It might also be the Doritos that I'm going about, so let's add a bit of cayenne pepper. Just like a pinch. Okay. So the only 4 ingredients, is that what you guys do? Chive on top, okay. Okay, let's have a taste on its own. Oh. It's quite nice. It's a bit plain. I would add a bit of cumin in there, I think. And maybe some diced onions. Ooh, I like it. It reminds me of my chili con queso recipe.
Delicious.
Lost, thank you for 23 months. Oh my gosh, thank you very much.
Good morning, Miss Molly Cookie Heart.
It's Midwestern food. We don't really do flavour around here. Thank you, Floss. Thank you for getting to support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. Always so glad that someone brings Rotel dip to church potlucks. It's plain, but it's always safe. You can taste the tomatoes in there. I added a little bit of extra chili. With Doritos, it tastes really good because Doritos, this is the best flavor, Cheese Supreme. This is good.
Delicious.
24 months from Liz.
2 entire years. Miss Molly Height, Miss Molly Cookie
Somewhere
Heart.
over the double rainbow, way up high. You got your double rainbow. You got your emo badge now. Welcome in. Thank you so much for 2 years. Thank you for your being here. How is things been? How's the new job? Have you ever had Rotel dip? It's very salty. If that's one thing I can... Is it salty? I think it might be the chip. Insane, absolutely insane, like good insane, great insane, fun. Or I have these Tostitos. Oh, these, I don't know if these will be more or less salty. They're lightly salted. Do you guys like these? I don't mind them, but I think that they're because they're so long, they're prone to snapping. Huh. This is a really good breakfast for me at 8:55 a.m. So I think I'm going to make a little bit of change and see what it tastes like, okay? Those are good Rotel dip chips, okay? So I'm going to take a bit out. And I'm going to add, mollify. I'm just going to mollify a little bit. Rotel dip on scrambled eggs. That's like nacho cheese. I like that. That sounds good. All right, I'm going to add a little bit of cumin to this. A little bit of paprika. A bit of garlic powder. And a little bit more chili flakes this time. Okay. So you could use smoked paprika as well, but the cumin, garlic, maybe add like red onion. Okay. Oh, that's more Mexican. Yeah, this tastes like nacho dip now. Yum. Oh, that is good too. Definitely more flavorful. The Mexican, sorry, then cumin in there.
Delicious.
Into the unknown. Welcome in, Maddie. Welcome in, Raiders. We are trying nostalgic food from the community for the first time. This is Rotel dip. So this is the 4-ingredient version, and this is the mollified version. So it is basically Rotel, which is diced tomatoes and peppers, then with kind of like Velveeta style cheese, like kind of plasticky cheese, and then some chili. That's it. And then this version adds some cumin, some garlic, paprika, and a bit of chili flakes.
Delicious.
Rich Indy, thank you for the 100 bits. How's everyone? I was rude. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Guys, my name is Molly. Welcome in. We are cooking stream, which is Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. If you're in North America, it is Sunday night, Tuesday night, and Thursday night. No. Yeah, Sunday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night. We recreate different food items from games, especially Elder Scrolls. We do some simple, delicious food, and then some of the recipes go onto my website. Welcome in. How was your stream? As my accent can suggest, I am from Australia. We made breakfast burritos, played ESO, and ended up with some Starfield shipbuilding. Fabulous. So this is our dip. How many of you guys have heard of Rotel dip? How many of you enjoy it? So that is the original. And then this one is kind of a mollified version. What accent? MSG. Breakfast burrito sounds good. What goes in the ultimate breakfast burrito? I am partial to some like grated fried hash brown in a breakfast burrito, rather than you know, like the breakfast hash or like the home fries where it's chopped. I like grated hash brown. That's my favorite. Guys, this is good. This is very tasty. So we're making something, we're talking about nostalgic food from your childhood, foods that you used to love at college or whatever. So now we're gonna get into, we're gonna do walking tacos last, but now we're gonna make poor man's pizza. Oh, this is, it's actually really, I'm gonna have to give some to Exceed. So, Exceed has to go to a meeting soon, so I'll give him a bit. Poor man's pizza, ketchup on white bread. How'd you know? I don't know if it's ketchup. Dex, is it ketchup? Dex, it was Dex's idea from his childhood or when he used to have. But is it ketchup or is it pizza sauce? So it's white bread with pizza sauce and then cheese. Well, from my understanding. I don't know how to give this to Exceed. Okay. All right. Craving hash browns for a week now. Liz, so tell me more about the job. Tell me more about the job. Guys, if you don't know our lovely friend Maddie, please go and follow his stream. Go and check him out. He does cooking streams at the start of stream, and then he does Elder Scrolls primarily, but a lot of fun, interesting content, variety stuff. Does some music as well. We didn't know that he was a talented musician. So tell me more about your breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. I'll be back. Thank you, Cad. Appreciate you. Have you guys had a good week so far? You wouldn't believe what happened. So on the weekend, I didn't tell you about this on Monday. On the weekend, Chester was licking his paw, and I turned it upside down and it was all red. Like, it was hard to see because he's so fluffy, but I looked at the underside of his paw and I said to Exceed, I think he's got glass in his paw. There was something sticking out and it looked like a shard of glass, like covered in like blood. And I was freaking out that it would get infected, and also that he would have it in his paw. And so we got him in the laundry because he was holding him. I put up his paw, like bent it back, and I got my tweezers, and it was really a bit awkward to pull out. Eventually pulled it out. It wasn't glass. It was at least an inch long. It was a grass seed embedded in his whole paw. So it was only coming out like just a millimeter, like just visible. And when I rolled my finger over it, I thought it was glass. It was legitimately this long, a grass seed imprint like in his paw. So when I pulled it out, I was shocked. It was, and if you guys know that we're very sensitive with Chester's health and his care. Oh my goodness. So I'd heard that they cause issues. Grass seeds are very insidious, but I never thought it could be embedded that far. He got a grass seed in his paw that big. I thought it was glass. And luckily we caught it. But so that was on the weekend. Yesterday, he was, I came home from the gym and I was in my office and he jumped up on me like he usually does and we were playing and he yelped and he like got back down and and I said to Exceed, maybe he's like, his paw is infected or like, let's have a look at it or whatever. It was the other foot, no joke, this poor dog, his toenail had snapped off and it was like hanging there. It was all bloody, but it was like that. I don't know what the heck he's been doing, but his toenail was like bent off, and so we're very nervous about his health and in case it got infected or because he's on chemo. So I rang our vet and I just said to him what's happened, and she said, is it bleeding? I said a little bit. Is it from the chemo tablets? What do you mean? It's probably he was digging or something and it's just snapped off. And the vet got us in a few hours later, and we went in there and the vet, this is a vet who's the owner of the vet clinic that I'd never met before. He was so lovely and he just said, he's so glad to see Chester because he's on the vet's kind of list of problem dogs type thing that so all of the vets, there's 6 of them, they're all made aware of his progress. They get updates from our specialist clinic. And he said, how happy he is to see Chester doing so well. He's kept up to date with all of the reports. And it made me just feel so loved and him so loved. And he got the vet nurse to come in, hold Chester so that I didn't have to do it. And he said there's 2 options. If it comes off clean, we can pull it off and hopefully no pain. But if he yelps, we might need to put him to sleep. And I was like, oh my goodness, hopefully that's okay. One, it's a lot of money, but also I don't want him to go to sleep because that's distressing for him. And but ended up, he just held him, pulled it off, and it was fantastic. It just come off at the cuticle. And he just said he was so happy with how Chester's doing. He checked him out. He cleaned his teeth a little bit, just a bit of tartar. And it was, all in all, it was really great. It was a $90 vet bill just to get a nail pulled off. But we're glad that because I didn't want to pull it. It was really painful for Chess. He's been to the vet so many times now. I put him onto the table and he started shivering and shaking. Made me feel so sad, but he's all good. He was really happy. And the vet said, I don't know if he could say this because he's not a specialist, but he said that they actually, at the moment, they didn't often used to get chronic leukemia patient dogs, animals, but now they've got 3 of them. And he said the expectation for Chester is about 4 to 5 years. I was like, I appreciate that. And I said, oh, wow, that's great. But our specialist has said 1 year. So I don't want to get my hopes up. We're still living, moment to moment and making sure he's okay. But I don't want to get my hopes up and think 4 years when it could be 1.5. So, we're just taking it day by day. But glad he's doing really well. So that's a little bit of an update of Chess. But poor little fella, grass seed and then a nail issue. Breakfast burritos, mushrooms, green onions, spring onions, bacon, egg, pepper jack cheese, spinach, all combined, warmed up in a tortilla. Ooh, seal it in the pan, add salsa as you eat. So are you a dipper or are you put it on top? Oh, that sounds good. That's good. A side effect of chemo. It's actually listed as a side effect of his chemo. Oh, interesting. It hasn't been mentioned, but I will definitely talk to a specialist about it. But that vet didn't seem affected. But you were saying, beware, Lyra's had some nails issues? If you're just joining us, Liz, I will check your message in 2 seconds. I need to scroll up in my chat here. But this is Rotel dip. So it's a bit warm now. So you keep it in the crock pot, right, to keep it warm. But this is a dip. And so it's only 4 ingredients. Diced tomatoes, or Rotel tomatoes, some peppers, chili peppers, some fake Velveeta style cheese, and what else? Ground beef. Yum. And then this version, which I added some garlic powder, some cumin, some paprika, and some chili flakes. This is nice, but it tastes more Mexican-y. This tastes a little more like a chili con queso. Yum. She has, but it's because we admittedly aren't on top of the maintenance as we should be. We used to be able to pop her by her old vet and have them trim them. As doing it goes poorly, yeah, and I said that. Our groomer does them usually, but we go walking every night, every 2 nights, second night, and the pavement kind of grinds them down a bit. So that we're lucky for that because Romeo will not let us touch them. He even has to go in a sling. So the groomer has to put him in a sling and suspend him from the air so she doesn't bite him. So he's in like a little thing where he's sitting like this. And so she can, but he still manages to like turn his head sometimes and snap at her. All right. So before we get into the next dish, we got mayo. But she was running out in the backyard with Jay and suddenly he noticed a lot of blood. Oh, that's sad. He had to get some septic powder. Is that the powder that stops blood, like bleeding? Okay, guys. We love mayo. We do love mayo, but we didn't expect the mayo, didn't know anything was coming. No idea what it is. This is from Nido. I feel scared. Mail time, mail time. Okay, so I always like to shake it to the bottom. Okay. This is gonna let me open it. We love mails, all different types of mails. Thank you so much. The weather is so cool now. So for the people that were asking about like heat and sending me things, from now onwards, you're good to go. It's cool now. We're like 26, 28 degrees Celsius. All right. What is this? I can't believe you remembered. No, oh my God. Oh my God. Hello, Daddy. Guys, I got a daddy. Oh my God. I feel like you needed a little pick me up after the stream. Oh, bless you. Guys, say hello to Daddy. Dish Daddy. Oh my God, I've been looking for this. I have been looking for this for like 2 years. This is the dish daddy. I'm gonna have to get the replacement thing. Oh my God, I love these. I'll show you ours. I'll show you my old daddy. He's boring. Look, except we got a dish daddy.
Another one?
No, real daddy. Look at this. This is Frank, and this is the guy she told you not to worry about. Look at this. Look at that size difference. The only daddy in my life. This is you, and this is the guy she told you not to worry about. Look at that. He's thick, he's tall, he's rough when he needs to be, and soft every other moment. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm going to count.
You versus the daddy she said not to worry about. Bye, Exceed.
Bye-bye.
Exceed's going to get his monitor taken off. He's girthy. Damn. I came back to this. Okay. Oh, look. He's all smiles, guys. Look at that. And he does it all with a smile on his face. Nito, this is amazing. And look, you can press when you want more. Look, when you want him to squirt some more, you press. Look at that. He's on house arrest. Maybe. We're getting it taken off for pink. No, he's got a chest monitor on. He's had it for 24 hours. So he's going to do another test, a Doppler test on his heart. How do I open it? Press for more squirts. I don't know how to open it though. I don't want to break it because Nito, you weren't here before, but some of you weren't here before. I got new salt and pepper grinders. They arrived yesterday. I ordered them on Monday. They arrived on Tuesday, which was amazing. I washed them. You know when you do good intentions, dumb in actual fact. I washed them, and I thought I don't want them to get moisture stuck in here. So I'll put them in the oven on a really low temperature. Turns out my low temperature was too hot, and I melted them. So now I need a new. So I'm not going to do that with this. I don't want to force these or do anything wrong with breaking. Oh look, there we go. Ooh, he's got a plug, like a good screw on him. Look at this. Next day delivery. I must be in a warehouse nearby. Molly, please. Look at this screw. Oh. He's squirty, screwy, hard and soft. He's like the full package, guys. He's dish daddy. He gets down and dirty. He's the man that we need in our life. He's there to embrace us, to scrub us, to screw us, and and then dish chatting sponsor coming up. Yeah, get him. And then there's this. I don't know what this is. Emotional support pickle. I will always be around to let you know that you are a big deal. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so cute. Oh, this is very thoughtful. Oh my goodness. Emotions. What's this? What the heck? It comes with some craft? Is it a voodoo? Or is this his stand? I feel like guys. It's like some voodoo shit. It's like this is you. You're a very big deal. But screw you. You're actually shit too. Smash, 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 smash. Smash, 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 smash. Damn you. I'm gonna put a voodoo on you. Dude, this shit is sharp. A hard daddy and emotional support pickle. You guys know me so well. Mrs. Ruby has a potato one. What does the potato one say? If this is a big deal. Seriously, this is dangerous. Ow. Okay. Isn't he the cutest little thing? Look at that. It's kind of it's such a kind idea. I love it. I love it too. A tiny support potato. Thank you, Nito. Life isn't always bread and butter, so this pickle will be here to help you deal with all that life throws your way. It came with a note. No, it didn't. It didn't come with a note. Where's my gift note, Nito? Oh, it's in here. This is the best part. I get a gift note. Love heart from Nito. It's not even sassy. Thank you. This is super cool. All right. Where should we put him? Should I put him on my desk in my office, or should we put him in the kitchen? Guys, I'm a big deal. You can stick the pickle note on the wall. This be true. Behind you, next to the first things first. There's my deal. Next to my daddy. Who wants to rap? Go. You go, Liz. You lead us off. I only know the weirdo version. We're spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. We're spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Is that how it goes? All right, let's fill him up. I love to confuse people by knowing all the words to this and not looking at all the part. Okay, there's a song. Is it Lil Wayne, Make It Rain? I make it rain on ya, like Southern California. Or where's your umbrella? I know that song off by heart. My brother used to play it in his car. And we used to rap it together. And it makes people look at me weird when I know all the words. And the other one is Fig Jam. There's a song called Fig Jam by Butterfingers. Fig Jam is fuck, I'm good, just ask me. Love the clip. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, he holds so much. Oh, I think I need it. He's going to spill on me. I'm going to pour some out. Guys, dishwashing stream incoming. Oh, he's just too happy. I'm going to have to find where I can find the refills. Do I just buy them online on Amazon? Fill up daddy from behind or he spills. Daddy likes to be upside down when you fill him or he gets sudsy. Relatable content. Guys, I feel like the older we're becoming less family friendly with all these innuendos. I wonder if you squeeze daddy, he comes out. What is happening here? He's so soft, but not at the same time. He's all hard here. Like, so if your daddy is self-lubricating, just squeeze daddy. He's my emotional support daddy, and then I've got my emotional support pickle. Dill daddy. God's nowhere in sight here. Getting into. Oh, look what I bought the other day. They go, guys, the pink stuff isn't, I don't know if they're the same brand, but I see people using the pink stuff with the daddy. New advertising campaign. Please send some gifts soon. This is gold. Exclamation mark PO box if you'd like to send anything to me. I'll unbox it on stream and we'll have some fun with it. Just make sure it squirts. Jesus has left the chat. So this is the pink stuff. Let's make some mess. Okay? Oh, marker. Okay. People use the pink stuff with daddy? Yeah. That's what I've heard. So I think he gets hard in cold water, but he goes soft in hot water. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? So he gets hard in hot water? Or soft in hot water and cold in hard water? That didn't turn out right. He gets hot, he gets hard in cold water, and he gets soft in warm water. Okay. That's how it goes. Guys, get your minds out of the gutter. We're talking about the dish daddy. Okay? Here's some new technology. I don't know, man. I just purchased some Dan sponge and we ended up here. I wish he had a suction. That would be good because sometimes he falls over. Oh, oh, my old one, he falls over all the time. We need some like suction. We can suction him everywhere, anywhere. Hey, Margot, Margot likes innuendos. Look, this is our new daddy. Meet him. Okay, so we're gonna dip him. Oh, this is hot water. He's going soft. Sorry, everyone. So soft, good. And then we've got to press him like this to get him to come out. Oh God, that was amazing. Oh my God, that was amazing. Look at this. Look at this. So you press here. Oh, can you see that? That's amazing. It happened in my hand. I press this. Ready? Watch. Oh, it just dribbles out. Oh, yeah, that's so, oh my God. That is amazing. But it happened in my hand. I pressed it and it came out in my hand. Okay. Wow. I'm going to be doing dishes more often. Guys, what's that Nicki Minaj thing? Like, she's a song about doing dishes? I'm doing dishes more often. I'm working hard for the money. You're having way too much fun with him. Look how bubbly he gets. Daddy. Best gift. Oh gosh, Balls Enigma, I didn't know where you were going. I didn't know where you were going, and I thought you were gonna say that you're feeling uncomfortable. So this is my first stream I've tuned into, and I've been here since the dip was being eaten, but all these innuendos make me feel at home. I thought you were gonna say all these innuendos are making me feel uncomfortable. And I'm like, oh, sorry. We like to have some fun. Cooking sometimes can be a bit boring, you know? So we like to play with Daddy. I think I met you through Willow Leaf. Okay. Look at this. Oh, it's just so smooth now. Go Daddy. So my only issue with scrub daddies is I feel I wear them out so quickly because I do dishes more. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? That's good. I just need to find, I haven't been able to find the actual stick. Now I need to, if someone can link me to where I can buy the refills. But be prepared, everyone, for more daddy talk. See how he goes. We'll give him a review over the next few weeks. Okay, do you want to do poor man's pizza? Antonin is insatiable. Where's our daddy so quick? She's on to her fifth or sixth daddy already. Okay, if I was bread. Okay, so we've got, guys, what about Rotel dip on bread? Oh! I wonder if Scrub Daddy heads are going to be the next gift you receive dozens of. Oh. Oh, goodness. I'm still getting through the bulk. Carried Away sent me, no joke, 15 packets of popcorn. Not popcorn packets, like popcorn kernels. I am still, it is like 3 years later, and I'm still getting through them. He sent me so many packets. Do you guys remember? He sent me so many packets of raw, like organic popcorn kernels. Oh my God. It's in, there's a container in the pantry. We'll go to the pantry. There's a container labeled Kerry's popcorn. I need some more popcorn recipes. And I'm pretty sure there's like at least 2 more packets, like full packets that haven't been put in here. So much popcorn. I think they're here. I feel like, I don't know, there's more popcorn somewhere. We're living and breathing popcorn. But if you ever want to send anything to me, !PO box, fun unboxing, silly things, gadgets. Popcorn is Rotel dip in ooh. This arrived from Temu. I was going to show you next week, but this arrived from Temu. I've got no corn, but it's a corn husker or corn peeler. It was like $2. So you get your corn, you hold your corn like this, and then you go like this. So you do this motion with your corn, like that. In before someone sends another emotional support pickle. So a recipe to make popcorn cookies, that would be fun. But popcorn cookies, wouldn't the corn just go soft? Show us with the daddy. I don't want to peel daddy. He's been a good boy. He doesn't need peeling yet. Do not shuck daddy. Okay, so poor man's pizza. Let's make it. So we need pizza sauce. Do I have any pizza sauce? Or do we use ketchup? Ketchup or pizza sauce? And cheese. And maybe some Rotel dip. Oh, just tripped over my mat. Aren't those the same thing? No. Tomato sauce is the same as ketchup. But no on the ketchup. Marinara, pizza sauce, whatever. Okay, I don't have any of those, but I can make my own pizza sauce. Because, look at one, I've got this half open can of tinned tomatoes, so we'll make that into pizza sauce. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get a really big vessel to put it in, because it deserves it. Okay, diced tomatoes in there. I'll teach you how to make your best pasta sauce ever. Chopped tomatoes, salt, pepper. We like a bit of pepper around here. Basil, basil brush, garlic powder, paprika, just a little bit of that. You can put some, I like fennel. If you're in the south of Italy, they use a bit of fennel. And they're like Italian sausage and stuff, it's good. Then you want some oregano. The only good thing about my ex is his Italian mum's cooking. Ooh. Okay. Like that. And you would boil that down. Okay? But it's chopped tomatoes, so I'm gonna just blitz them up to make them into a sauce. Oh no. I went to rebuy this because you know how I told you it's like got a crack in it? I went to rebuy it and they don't make it anymore. This is a Bellini brand. Like Target. They're all Anko now. Will it blend? Okay, and you say put this in the microwave, not confirming not putting it into the broiler or the grill. Oh my God, will it blend stream? I'd rather will it jaffle stream. That sounds disgusting, blending stuff and then eating it. Oh God, that's disgusting. Cause at least will it jaffle, it's edible, right? Like if you make pasta and then put it in the blender, that makes me want to vomit. Okay, I'm putting the toast in the toaster. Level 2. Microwave just long for the cheese to melt. Okay. So we got our cheese sauce, marinara sauce. This. Everyone hug your emotional support pickles for this song. No. How to say. Do we butter the bread? Or the toast? Chester can hear the grater. It's his favourite thing. Chester gets cheese every morning. Most mornings. He has his medication in cheese. We grate cheese and then we wrap his pills in them. He loves it. Okay. If I just lay here. Is that the best way to store a V block of cheese? A V block, very big block? Yeah, that's what we do. I just put it in a freezer bag. How do you guys store your cheese? Oh, coffee. I need scrub daddy. I made a mess. I'm kidding. Where's my cloth? Yeah, how do you guys store let's talk about things, how you store things and see who does it differently. How do you store your cheese? How do you store your eggs? How many people refrigerate their eggs? Because you always everyone tells me off. So my dog can hear cheese being from the fridge. She suddenly appears on her mat as I close the fridge door, right? You have to in the US to refrigerate them, yes. What about your cheese? How do you store your cheese? Ziploc bag for the cheese and eggs in the fridge. Because you're in Queensland, that makes a lot of sense. Cheese in a Tupperware. Eggs in the fridge. We don't use them up very fast. Have chicken so my eggs stay out. Still have protective membrane. Good. Okay. For some reason, only on this camera, the music dips. Okay, so we got our sauce. This reminds me, my uncle, Andrew, some of you have met him. You'll see him in a few weeks. We're going to do a fishing stream together, fishing cooking stream. But he was saying that when he was young, his family immigrants from Calabria, the southern part of Italy. He was telling me that, trying to turn my music down. He was saying that his mum Like after school, she would get like she'd be making bolognese sauce or like pasta sauce, and he would get a piece of bread and she'd dip it in the sauce, and that was basically that. That's what he would have for lunch, or like after school snack. Sorry. Okay, so that's your sauce. It's kind of absorbed in there. And then we're going to go like that. Cool. And then in the microwave for how long? Like 20 seconds? What are we talking? Does that look right? Poor man's pizza. What do you think, Dex? Just long enough for it to melt. So you're telling me I have to put my head next to the microwave and get the microwaves in my brain and watch it. Let's go 22 seconds. Sounds good. Okay, and then we're getting this Rotel dip. Rotel dip pizza. Yes. A little bit of this sauce. A little bit of cheese. We don't need much cheese because obviously it's like already based on cheese. If you leave it too long, you may risk getting soggier than necessary. Okay. Oh, maybe another 10 seconds. Let's go 6 seconds. So the other one's going in for 32 seconds. Look at this! Look at that. It is a bit soft. I don't think you really needed to toast it. And you just, how do you eat it? Like this? Hot. It's really hot. Doesn't taste like anything. Let me just eat. Probably the edge I ate that didn't taste like anything. The toast is more for flavour. It's not going to stay crispy. Got the garlic. It doesn't taste like a lot. The sauce. I think it needs more sauce. I haven't. I was going to buy the shapes for Exceed, the hot cross buns, but I heard that they're crap. I heard that the shapes, hot cross buns are bad. Okay. I think we should try it in the air fryer. And then this is the Rotel one. Let's get a knife. Yeah, you think I didn't toast it enough? I was a bit worried that it would like go too hard. Oh God, it's so hot. You can't taste anything because it. Ugh, you don't want it to touch your tongue. Right. It's like no flavour. It's like the white bread has sucked all the flavour away from it. Like the Rotel dip's nice on its own, but you put it on a piece of bread and it's like, it's got no flavour. Now this is cooled down. Let's have a try. It's nicer that it's cooled down. I'd be happy with this as a kid. I agree. I didn't toast it enough. I was a bit scared. Pizza with marinara sauce, cheese on top. Would make it better. Maybe some Cholula hot sauce. What do you think? Would you guys try any of this? Poor man's pizza. Have you had anything like it before? What do you think? That one's good. The Rotel one's good. Thank you, Dex. I love it. Great suggestion. Definitely something I've never had before. Just got some ice, making a little iced coffee drink. Oh, wow. All right, next is walking tacos. What do we do for walking tacos? Who's made them at home before? What is a walking taco? I had oregano, basil, probably brush the toast. So the sauce that I made had oregano, basil, garlic powder, paprika, chili flakes in it. Garlic butter sounds good as well. Like a bougie version. Meat, Fritos, lettuce, cheese. Okay. Ground beef. We don't have Fritos, we've got Doritos. Sorry. Out here looking like a something with me shirt not sitting right, sorry. Small bag Doritos with ground meat toppings of choice. Okay, so ground meat. So we've got some ground beef. This is my little iced coffee. It's basically nachos in a bag, yes. I'm worried about the soggy factor or eating them with my fingers, but we're gonna go with it. Okay, the people have chosen. We don't heat it up in any way, like the Dorito bag, the hot meat. Is that the only thing that's heated in there? Love me some hot meat. Okay, so I got extra lean, well not, it's just lean beef, 90-10. We ate it with a spoon, okay. Chester has heard me opening the fridge, so he's now here. Okay, so I got lettuce. I bought iceberg lettuce, tomato, onion, salsa. I remember spork, okay. Tomatoes, lettuce, onion, cheese, beef, salsa. Are we a sour cream gang or nah? Sour cream. I would add carrot. Is that bad? Everyone thinks it's weird that I add carrot to nachos. Or sorry, tacos. Always sour cream. And we've got medium salsa. Okay, it's pretty good that you don't really have to chop up too much stuff. It's all sauces. Okay. So, We're gonna season this beef with some salt and pepper. Am I doing my taco seasoning? Like, you want taco, obviously. Is that obvious? Am I meant to be seasoning it with like Mexican seasoning? Hey, old team. Taco seasoning, yes. So Molly taco seasoning you'll be able to find in here with a bunch of other seasonings. How many in the community, how many using Molly seasoning? You got them all here. There's 8 there and there's more in the other cookbook. So, where is it? Mexican seasoning, cumin, chili, paprika, oregano, garlic powder, paprika. Amazing. Most used page in First Things First. I love it. What is MCR? Oh, my Chemical Romance. I thought you were talking about seasoning mixes, and I was like, what's an MCR seasoning? My Chemical Romance. Okay. All right, so we want to put some pep in our step. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream and you'd like to support the channel and maybe you've learned something today, consider getting involved in our goal. Our goal. So it is to help me buy some new equipment. It's a fantastic way of you getting involved. I get nearly like 99% of the tip. So it is a fantastic way of helping me out. Keep creating content here on Twitch. Every dollar counts, all adds up. So our goal for this week is $55. So every week for the next 39 weeks. We're on week 3. Okay. Paprika. Bampana, cumin. The actual recipe you make in bulk, but I need to do that. So maybe we do that on next week's stream. Do bulk mixes. A little bit of onion powder, just close. But another way is grab our cookbooks. It's been a while since I've been here in the stream, but ever since I've been here, I've been checking out some Elgato equipment. I'm just waiting for the moment to get the webcam. Looks so good, fantastic. If you would like to get it, exclamation mark Elgato, check it out through our link. There's also a new one. It's in my Twitter post. There's a new link that I've got there. If you guys check out Elgato, that we are sponsored. They help us create content. A lot of our equipment is through them. This camera is the Elgato Facecam Pro. You wouldn't believe that this is a Facecam. And by checking out the link, you support the channel. Shows that you guys are interested in what we're doing, and hopefully they want to keep sponsoring us. It's great to hear. I love to hear that you're looking at getting a webcam. If there's any questions that you have about the Elgato equipment, feel free to ask. I love it. My favorite, I always talk about the pedals, so I can change hands-free, control. All right, we're just gonna let that, turn the heat off and let it kind of finish cooking. And the Stream Deck as well is amazing. All right, so we've got, move this, chopped chilies, chopped cheese. Can't even tell it's a webcam, it's so clear, it's fantastic. And we used to have a GoPro there and it's better than the GoPro. Okay, so. It's my iced coffee that I'm trying to drink. Okay. Okie dokie. So stack these slices up on each other. Guys, I want to learn about your week. Tell me something that you found tricky this week so far, something you've maybe learnt this week. I learnt that my oven temperature is hotter than I expect and it melts salt and pepper grinders. Something I found tricky this week, getting out of my comfort zone and talking to people about my photography and handing out some flyers, walking around and talking to different businesses. I found that really tricky. I've been putting it off for a long time. And feeling like in my head, not knowing what I want to do or what I can do, what I'm doing next, or like alongside streaming. And verbalizing that to exceed and really getting some clarity. That's what I found tricky, but I'm overcoming it. I want to hear about you. What's something you found tricky this week? What's something that you found a little bit tough? Did you get through it or are you working through it? All right, that's our beef. So keep that nice and warm. And we've got here, you go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Pepper. Onion, chilies here, cheese, tomato. Tell me something about your week. What have you done at work? Have you been cooking much? Working much? Working out? Do you remember we were talking about the Run Club? We actually might need to implement the Run Club, the Molly Run Club on Discord, because Exceed sent me an email that we might be able to join his workplace's team for the HBF City to Surf. Or City to Surf or Run for a Reason. I'm not sure what it is. But so there's 4K runner walk, 12K runner walk, or 24K runner walk. I feel like 12K is a bit far, but 4K is too short. So what do we do? It's been okay start to the week as I'm on nights again, should be sleeping but making sauce. What kind of sauce are you making? That is Tubi. He's waiting for his dad. I think he can hear the car. Is that Papa? Cadê Papa? Cadê Papa? Honestly, I've been struggling to get motivated this week, so I've kind of been rotting a bit, but that's okay. It is okay. Thank you for sending me the support pickle, and I want you to know that it is okay. I have been feeling that way for a while. And it is tricky, like to get motivation or to get organized, to feel like you're not fully yourself, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I feel like I'm not myself, or I'm not motivated, but I want to be motivated and I just don't know where to start. Do you ever get that feeling? It is totally normal, I've heard some people tell me that it's totally normal, and a lot of people feel like that. I feel like that, and you're kind of over analyzing it and you're getting stuck. And what I do is I get overwhelmed with things that I want to do, so I don't do anything, like analysis paralysis. And it's really good to talk about it. Thanks, Dex. Tomatoes from my garden, good crop this year. Making one with basil and oregano, garlic, another. Ooh, feel free to send me some. Kidding. That sounds amazing. Eggplant and bacon, ham, yum. It's been a horrible cycle too, especially if you beat yourself up about it. Yep, it is. And then you get like you have good days and down days. You know what I've found is I deleted Instagram off my phone for the last week, and just kind of realizing that I do it to when I need to be busy. I get distracted, it distracts me, but then I'm also getting invested in other people's lives and what they're doing and things rather than focusing on myself. It's one thing is great to be off social media. It's hard because I like updating the community and people on Instagram about what I'm doing and posting and things like that. But it kind of, balance. My tough thing this week has been some bad news stories and dealing with terrible discourse that has arisen from them. I'm being vague as it's a really awful topic. I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the police officer? Yeah. I don't know too much about it, but I know that I can, a lot of people are affected, and I need to read more. If you want to chat about it and have discussion, feel free to DM me and we can have a talk, because it has been tough and you're not alone. Remember that. And there's some really shitty people out there, but I'm hoping that you know that you're alone and you're not alone, and that you will get through it. And it is very frustrating about the things that I've read, and just the miscommunication and people not really being told things. I've been raging about things with friends. Good to have them for a community discussion, to not feel alone, but we tend to rile each other up a bit. I can understand that. And sometimes it's good to have a discussion with some people that are more neutral, so you can have an open discourse, an open discussion, but then not have that emotion there. You can feel heard, but then, like you're saying, like riling each other up. So if there's anyone in the community you want to talk to, or feel free to DM me. I have a question. Is if you guys can DM me in Discord, fine. Like, contact me. If you're part of our Discord server, like, that's how it's supposed to be set up. But I don't accept friend requests because I prefer to, like, majority of conversations to have them in the Discord publicly. But if you guys need to reach out to me, I want you to be able to do that in DMs. But I don't know if people have been sending me a friend request recently, and I wasn't sure if that was because they wanted to contact me and they couldn't. So please let me know, because I want to be accessible. If you're kind of trying to contact me for a specific reason, But hope you're feeling okay, Margot. You will be okay. And hold on. Oh my God. So, oh my God. I had a bit of beef, and I could feel the beef went in my windpipe, and I could feel it sitting there, right here. Oh my God, I'm dying. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. All right. Excuse me. Can you hear me? Am I muted? No, I'm okay. Oh, she's having the best breakfast this morning. I know. Oh, wow. Okay. So, tomato, onion, cheese, chili, beef. Oh my goodness. All right. So we're just gonna warm this up a little bit. So we've got Doritos. Help her, Daddy. Oh. Okay, this packet. That's how many Doritos are in there. What the heck? Look at that. What is that? Oh my goodness. Slice the top open. Oh. Would you like some Doritos with your air? Okay, so do I take any out or I just put the meat and everything on top? You mean like slice it that way? Nito, is that what you're talking about? I would crunch them up a bit. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. And where do you get this from? Is this something that you make yourself, or do you get it at a fair? Oh my God, I'm just dying a little bit. Okay. Like, is this fair food? Okay. Now, excuse me. Tomatoes. Oh, did it go in my coffee? No. The tomatoes have gone to the bottom. Onion. School. Oh God, my voice is like dying. Okay, and then peppers. Some salsa. And then do you shake it all about? Lettuce. Nearly forgot that. Oh my God. It doesn't seem wet enough. It's pretty wet. And then sour cream. It seems super dodgy. Oh my God. Guys, I just inhaled meat. I'm sorry. I sound like I'm a COPD patient. Oh God. Okay. It looks disgusting. He doesn't like my husband and I, either him or I, either of us being out of the house. So imagine, I was away 2 weekends ago. I went out, I was out of the house for 2 days and 2 nights. He would sit at the door like that, Exceed said. And at nighttime, he would just sit at the bedroom door waiting for me to come home. Okay, hot sauce. Yeah, I've broken up the chips a little bit. I thought you were supposed to eat it, pick it up and scoop it. So it makes sense chopping up the chips. Okay. It kind of looks a little bit gross. That's what it looks like. I've never heard of this before. Well, I know I've never made it. I've heard of it from Dex quite a few times. Okay. This is like no mess nachos. I'm kind of digging it. I can't find any sour cream. Oh, there we go. Imagine you at the Royal Show. It is a bit hard. Like, I'm using a fork, maybe a spoon would be better. But it's like a little bit awkward to then fit in your mouth. See what this has. It's still crunchy, flavorful, a little bit spicy. Probably need more cheese and more sour cream. I'm full. Oh my god. Eaten so much this morning. Rotel dip. We don't often eat 3 dishes by 10 a.m. We usually spread it out. There's actually more cooking involved. Oh my goodness. Just as eating the corn chips. I'm just trying to find the sour cream. There was like a splotch. There we go. Delicious. Delicious, delicious. Oh my goodness, Chess. I'm full. So I'll show you what I'll tip it out and I'll show you what they look like, what I was eating. So if you don't have a small Doritos packet, you can make a big Doritos and then put it into bowls. Bag tacos and Rotel is certainly a heavy combo, yeah. I need to watch the VOD from last time. I went to a Broadway show and was bummed I missed it. Last time, you mean last stream on Monday? Liz, I need to go back and read your message. I'm so sorry. What did you watch on Broadway? So that's what it looks like. It's just like chopped up nachos / tacos. He's home.
Hello.
Here, have some walking.
What's this?
This is walking tacos.
Okay.
He's so happy to see you.
Beyonce's new song's pretty shit.
Beyonce's. He just walked in and said Beyonce's new song is pretty shit.
I just heard it on the radio.
What? How does it go?
This ain't Texan.
This ain't Texas. We don't.
We don't hold them or something?
Yeah, we don't hold them.
Pretty good. What's this?
This is your pizza, your poor man's pizza.
Okay.
So then this is, we made a homemade pasta sauce, cheese, or whatever it's called, pizza sauce.
Okay.
With cheese on toast.
Okay.
And then this one's Rotel dip with cheese.
On toast or on bread?
It was toast, but I didn't toast it enough. And then we put it in the microwave, so then it goes softer. Yes, he is home.
What are you doing?
Just is very excited for you to be home. This my papa.
Okay.
What did you think of the dips?
Oh, I wasn't the biggest fan.
You weren't a big
I
fan
think they were
of
okay.
either?
Yeah, they were okay, but it wouldn't be my choice.
Any better, one or better than the other?
No, pretty similar.
Okay. Either of them you like?
I would like these if you didn't do whatever you did with the bread.
What do you mean, toast it?
Or either, it shouldn't be microwaved.
Oh, tell Dex said to microwave them. That's what he used to do.
Yeah.
Because as a kid,
It's
as
like
a kid,
weirdly soft and hard. And
yeah, as a kid you weren't allowed to really use the oven, so you could use the microwave.
Okay.
So you could make this after school. It makes sense.
Huh?
And then have your nachos,
Cool.
tacos. I was saying to them, I'm so full because I went to see The Wiz, like The Wizard of Oz. Wayne Brady played The Wiz, so that was cool. Explain to me what The Wiz is. Is it got to do with The Wizard of Oz? Weirdly soft and hard, just like Daddy. Yes. So we need to put this on the community wall. Original Wiz was Michael Jackson and Diana Ross. The original Wiz. So what was the Wiz about? Nito Burrito, thank you for your gift. You're going right here. This weekend I'm working on a banner that says community wall. Community superstars. Oh, okay. Does anyone else? Well, okay. So we've got some options. You guys can give me more suggestions for nostalgic food, or we can make this recipe, this school cake from Southall. So it's like a vanilla cake. I think it's from the UK. They used to have it at school. An African-American adaptation of The Wizard of Oz, focusing a lot on their cultures and traditions. Hold on, so Michael Jackson and Diana Ross played the leads. Cool. Okay, I'll have to check it out. So, this school cake is like a sheet cake. It uses margarine. You've never seen it? I don't think so. Let me have a look. The Wiz. Hey Google, what is The Wiz?
The Wiz is a 1978 movie directed by Sidney Lumet, starring Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, and Nipsey Russell.
Okay, we need to watch the Diana Ross. Michael Jackson was a scarecrow. I think I may have heard of it. Okay, I'm looking at it now. Lena Horne, Nipsey Russell. Okay, Mabel King, the Wicked Witch. Interesting. How cool. All right. I'll have to figure out where we can watch it. Thanks, Google. Nito or mods. Oh, beware. Roselli, if you're here, can someone put it in Discord for me to remember? Okay, shall we make any other suggestions for nostalgic food for today? We have a suggestion for this school cake, which is a sheet cake. What are the nostalgic foods you got for Miss Molly? What else we got? What's caused the first time they did the pre-Broadway in LA before going to New York? Usually it's always in New York, but they wanted to be able to use LA to test things. Okay. Interesting. So why did they choose specifically LA? Was there something about this LA scene that would kind of, the storyline would resonate with more people? School cake looks cool. I wonder if Mr. B had it growing up. He's from the UK. All right, let's make some school cake. So the only problem is, guys, it's got margarine in it. We're not using margarine. We don't do that. around here. There's a few rules that we have in this kitchen, and one of them is margarine is not allowed. Margarine is no good. Oh, he's just my favourite. He just sits here he just wants to be near me. And I'm so lucky. You're beautiful. Oh. You're the best. He wants to be near the nachos. Exceed's got the nachos with him. That's why Romeo is near him. LA is big on theatre, like New York. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad it went well. So, hold on. So, you watched it in New York or did you watch it in LA? Okay, so we're going to need, it makes a 9 by 12 inch baking pan. 9 by 12. So if I'm going to make a third of it so that it feeds 8 so that I can do it in a square tin because I'm a bowler. Hello, beautiful. All right, so we need 186 grams of margarine, 186 grams of sugar, 3 eggs, self-raising flour, icing sugar, boiling water. Oh, that's for the self. Okay, that's. Oh wow, it's very easy. So the cake is just butter, sugar, eggs, and flour. That's all it is in there. And then there's icing and boiling water. That's it. It's like school cake, super easy, no frills. Okay, let's make it. How cool! Hey Google, tell me about UK school cake.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Hey Google, tell me about British school cake.
Sorry, I don't understand.
He doesn't understand. What do you think?
That was good.
Would you eat them out of a Doritos packet?
Why not the bowl?
Because it's meant to be in a Doritos packet.
Why?
That's how we have it at school, like the Royal Show and stuff.
I'd prefer it in a bowl.
I know you would prefer it in a bowl, but would you eat it out of a Doritos packet? Sure.
I prefer it.
Yeah, I get it. He'd prefer it. Exceed said it's easy to eat out of a bowl. He would prefer it in a bowl. But nachos get a thumbs up. Would you say they're your DOTD?
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're going to make school cake. Exceed.
What's school?
School cake does whatever school cake does. School cake is like a vanilla cake with icing. I've decided I am going to do the 9 by... It says 9 by 12 and I've got 7 by 11. What do we think? I don't really have a 9 by 11. Whatever, we'll just figure it out. We'll just do it like this. Such a good meal. Yeah, it's not too heavy. If you go to other places, like I survived on walking tacos at marching band competitions. That is something I would say uniquely American is a marching band. I don't know any other country that does marching band. What is it called stomping? I've seen these people in videos do this clapping thing where they do it's like cheerleading but clapping. What is this at schools? They do what is that? Is that an actual thing? I've seen people do it on a dad doing it with his daughter in her school uniform. I've seen quite a few videos. It's like clapping or stomping or... they look like cheerleaders, but that were clapping. They call it something, but the name isn't coming to me. Who knows what I'm talking about? It's like they clap and they clap and then they dance, clap, slap themselves to make noises. And then they stomp their feet. Well, what is this, Americans? What do you do? It's like a musical instrument with your own body. It's like a cheerleading / being your own musician. There's Japanese ones too. Drum Corp International. Oh, wow, okay. I think it's called stomping. Wasn't that what the movie Stomp the Yard was about? Oh. Do you remember the clapping you used to do to the song A Sailor Went to CCC? Nah. Or like this, the clapping. Miss Mary Mac, 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 all dressed in black, 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 with silver buttons, buttons, buttons all down her back, back, that. I remember that. That's clapping? Stomp the Yard. I need to watch that. Step Team. Step Team. You have that one over there. We have, I don't know what step. I know we used to do it with each other, but Miss Mary Mac, and then you go Chinese checkers, cheese on toast, put them in the oven and poke, poke, poke. Something like that. So you go like this, clap each other, and then you grab each other's hands and you got that, and then you hit each other like that. Step Team is a whole... Tell me about Step Team. Who was on Step Team? What do you do? Yeah, read the description and they say it's stepping. Then Miss Mary Mac. I remember that rhyme, but it ended different here. Okay. Hey, bye. Let's watch some stepping. Apparently the movie was meant to be called Steppin', but they didn't want people to think to be confused with Step Up. Okay. Thanks, Josh. A step team is a team that performs unique dance art form that originated in Africa. Stepping is a form of percussion dance, which is participants' entire body is used as an instrument to produce complex rhythms and sounds through the mixture of footsteps, spoken works, and hand claps. Wow. Thank you. Amazing. Josh, can we make Josh VIP, please? Okay. Stepping. It's amazing. But it's also like, I watched a video, I was like, why are they doing that? Because I'd never seen it before. That's not what we call it in Australia. What do we call it in Australia? I've never seen it. I only saw Americans doing it. A complex synchronized dance-like performance that blends American folk traditions with pop culture. Okay. All right, we're gonna find some music.
It's rhythmic movement using your hands and your feet as the instrument. So your body becomes an instrument as well as your voice. It's kind of like a dance, except instead of dancing to music, you're making the music at the same time. Since it did originate with the traditionally black fraternities and sororities, it plays a key role because it's almost like a publicly signifying that, you know, who your organization is. Aside from the traditional historical part, it's a great way for us to get together. You know, there's a different kind of bonding that happens when you're physically unified and you're in step with each other.
Wow. All right, let's watch more videos. Who's never heard of stepping? I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was so big. I love the cultural aspect of it. That's really cool. See, it's like food, taking influence or taking ideas from one culture and then bringing them like a fusion. I love that. So cool. Okay, let's go to the Google. Never heard of it. Have you ever seen anything? You may not have heard the word stepping. I think I've seen Stomp the Yard. Pretty sure. I want to use... Stepping is not allowed in netball. But what is stepping? Oh my gosh, it's very Australian. Stepping the mast, introduction to stepping. Okay, let's go to YouTube. Oh, I need to go and get my charger. Stepping performance. Here we go. Oh, okay. The Eagles step team. This one's going to be good. Let me go and get my charger. I think there is competition, stepping competitions. Chewy. This one looks good. Gotta make sure you guys.
We walk with pride and esteem. I be an artist on our team. Regular? Schmegular? No.
Hold on, let me just wipe the screen because it looks really grubby. A lot of HBCU. HBCU, what does that mean? Historically Black College University. Aye, okay. Never heard that term before. Like black culture, is that what that like means?
Stomping Eagles. We walk hard.
Can you hear okay?
With pride. We don't strut, we strive. We dress with respect. What did you expect?
Just trying to get some good angles.
We're not the problem. We're the solution.
Wow. Thank you, Josh. It's Discord. Wow, I could never either.
Keep working.
Amazing. That's amazing. Wow. Okay, so I'll show you, see if I can find anything. So at our school, we wouldn't do dancing like that. You would just chant. We got spirit. Yes, we do. We got spirit. How about you? And then the other school would like reciprocate. We don't do anything like that. That's really cool. I love that. Amazing. Thank you so much for teaching me, learning about historically black colleges and universities and stepping. I love that. Something that I had no idea really what it was. Tying that information together. It's really cool. There's a lot of people that seem to do it, and like band as well isn't really a big thing. Like we had music at school, and you could learn like an instrument, but it wasn't really like you didn't really have the opportunity to do band, from my understanding. You had a choir. There was like sometimes a school choir. You played triangle. Nice, nice. Fabulous. Okay, let's make some school cake. Josh, you got VIP for the day. Thank you for your information. I love seeing stuff like that would have traditionally been shunned decades ago because it doesn't align with certain cultural norms. Yeah. And the things like that that are, what is the word, like they persevere through history, and people have worked hard to keep them alive. I think that's fantastic. Even in Canada, that's not a thing, if I remember correctly. My friend said that there's only military marching bands. For us, is only big sports. Okay, one of the big sports. Okay. Wow. So it was one of the big sports for you was band. Wow. Texas marching bands are on a different level. I have seen them like in the NRL or like, oh my goodness, the marching bands, the formations and stuff. It looks incredible. Okay, so in here we're going to put 186 grams of butter and 186 grams of sugar. So I use salted butter. Ideally we want room temperature butter, but we ain't got none. Texas marching bands, I read that. I love that, Australia is very young culturally in terms of, we have our Indigenous culture. That is some things were the same, very similar, where part of their culture has been forgotten, or it wasn't allowed to be kind of practiced. But there's been people who have tried to keep it alive. But in terms of other culture, for like, we're very multicultural in the, we're a very young country compared to America and the UK, Europe. So we don't have too much other than the Indigenous culture. Like what I'm saying is like, more like, I don't know how to explain, like, there's not, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. A similar appreciation for Native American First Nation ceremonies. US did a number though through history, so I love and respect that people have carried through the different era. Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. Okay, so we need 186 grams. That's 90. I love we were very privileged at schools that I've been to learn about the Indigenous culture and some of the ceremonies. Learning, it was just recently because of the giants. Thomas Darboe, I think he's Danish. He's an artist, and he's put these massive giants that are made of recycled wood, and he's also there's installations around our tourist town, and learning about through these art installations, learning about the Indigenous culture of our area has been quite interesting about their belief around water, and the area that we live is called Mandurah, but in I'm going to ruin the word, but there's a Noongar word, which is Noongar is the tribe that is in our area. There's a Noongar word called Manjogada, and it means the meeting place, so that people would come together and meet in this area, and it was a meeting place of water and land and animals, birds, dolphins, things like that. And it was just really interesting to learn about. Very, very cool. Okay, so I'm going to soften this quickly. And just learning about and giving an appreciation for the Indigenous idea around seasons. I have similar appreciation. As someone who studies art, the art form of Indigenous beading is so interesting. The resourcefulness and expression of Indigenous communities is incredible. Yeah. Okay. So here we have butter. We're making our cake. Zero that. We're going to add the same 1 part butter, 1 part sugar, and then 1 part self-raising flour. There you go. Bit too much. There you go. Okay. Alrighty. I'm just going to mix this. So this recipe, I can pop, it's in Discord already. So it's from Baking with Granny in the UK. It's called School Cake. So I think is it pound cake that is equal parts flour, butter and sugar? Am I right in thinking that? A pound of butter, a pound of sugar, a pound of flour. I'm just going to add a little, just vanilla. Just because I like vanilla. It's going away from the recipe just slightly. There we go. All right, so we want 3.3 eggs. Okay. When an egg. Where did he go? Little baby. And doing something that I don't usually do, but I have it in my pantry, is I'm going to use self-raising flour. I know I don't usually use this, but I've got it and I got to use it because it was left over from the self-raising flour stream. So the reason I don't buy it is because it's an extra product that you don't need. You just use baking powder and plain flour. Okay, that's our mix. So for every 1 cup of plain flour, you want to use about 2 teaspoons of baking powder. But we learned that not all of them are made equally. The better quality have a bit more balance. Sometimes it's not too much of a difference, but this didn't fluff as much, if I remember correctly. There you go. And that is it. Set it on slow. Just a simple vanilla cake. So you're making school cakes now. I've never heard of them. Maybe we have a different name for them. So this is a school cake from the UK. They used to have in their cafeteria before they got banned. Jamie Oliver went through a blitz through the UK school system a few years ago about how unhealthy it was. And school things like this got banned. But we got recommended this from community member earlier in the stream, which is Southall, and we thought we'd make it. Today we're doing, so this week we're doing nostalgic food from your childhood, from college, and we're looking for suggestions of foods to make. Sugar is in everything. It is. So scrunch this, pop it in there. Cool. Spatula. So you just want to work your way around like this. Like that. Make sure you've got the bottom, nothing underneath, no like loose flour. Have a taste. Very simple flavor. Simple but tasty. My parents are back today. They've been on a work trip to Melbourne, so I might take this over to them for a cup of tea. My mum's just done another conference or event in Melbourne, and that was very successful, so excited to have a chat with her about it. All right, level this out. It's good that I get to share food. I get to make food, but then I don't have to eat it. I would loved cooking food for the sake of cooking it, and then I don't have then I give it away. Like I would make cookies and I would bake way more if there was not the feeling of like putting it in the fridge. We have to eat it for the next 2 days. Like I think I'd be good with owning a bakery or something, or I can just make it whatever I, have an inkling for, or like a crave, not necessarily a craving, but just like have some inspiration for, and then I get to sell it, give it away. There we go. Were the walking tacos served in a small bag of nacho? Yes, they were. They were indeed. They were served in this. We don't have Fritos in Australia, so I got cheese supreme Doritos. Okay. It goes into the oven, 180 Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit. For about 15 minutes. Hey Google, set timer for 10 minutes.
Sure, 10 minutes. And we're starting now.
Okay. We're gonna make the frosting, which is just sugar. We could make it Easter themed. Those are the best walking tacos. Thank you. I have so many memories as a kid sitting around a campfire with scouts having tacos in a bag. I love that. How many of you guys did scouts? There wasn't anything really like scouts when I was growing up. We didn't do camping or anything like that. So is it scouts for boys and brownies for girls? Is that right in North America? I think we have scouts in Australia, but I'm not too sure. But it's not gender specific. I think both girls, boys, anyone can do it. Girl Scout. Brownies is a level of Girl Scout. Oh, Girl Guides. Yeah, there we go. Girl Guides was for rich girlies. Brownies Junior Cadet. So there's Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Okay. And we have Girl Guides in Australia, do we? Is that what they're called? They don't do anything like sell cookies. I think they just do, no idea. Teach me. Brownies. So brownies are like little kids. Little kids. So like up to a certain age, you're a brownie. And then you're a junior girl cadet. A junior girl scout. And then a cadet Girl Scout. Or a Girl Scout cadet. I think they just hang out in dingy holes once a week. The rich girls hang out in dingy holes. Nice. Love it. Okay. This is not really nostalgic, but this is just for me because I get hungry. I'm just gonna show you how I do chickpeas. You could make chickpeas for a salad, or you could slowly roast them, and make them for like crunchy chickpeas. Yes, they're age-based. From what I understand, Cub Scouts are kind of the younger form of Boy Scouts, but have no exposure. Okay. Did you do? Oh my God! I broke it. Man. Tin broke. Beware, did you do Girl Scouts? Josh, you did Boy Scouts? Okay, I wanna, there it is. Do you guys know what this is? Have you ever seen one of these? It's a can opener, yes. It is a can opener. Look. Like that. It's very strange. It's a safety can opener. So you just put it on like that. It feels really weird, but you just kind of hook it on and then you kind of wind a bit and it kind of grabs. So this is called a safety can opener, because what happens is it will remove the outside, so the inside of the tin rather than the outside, so it's not, no, sorry, it removes the outside, not the inside of the tin, so that you can't cut yourself. It's good for kids. So now when you're there, you just go like that. So it removes the outside of the tin. So this isn't sharp and neither is that. Pretty cool, hey? My neighbour across the road has a child, but across the road as a child bit through her tongue on a can lid. Tongues bleed a lot, they do. Cut through her tongue, oh God. I've got condensed milk and licked it and cut my tongue before. So now I'm afraid to do that. Yeah, so this is it's a safety can opener. It's really good. Another great gift from Exceed. Okay, so we're just gonna strain these chickpeas. Or chana dal, as I learnt. They're also called. Chana? Or is it just chana dal? Okay. Chickpeas. Okay. So you just put your chickpeas there, like that. And then you just get oil. We get some salt. Some pepper. I do the same, you can do the same things with cauliflower. Ground cumin. Smoked paprika, regular paprika. Garlic powder. Chili flakes. You can use lemon zest if you want. Rock and roll them. Just want to pick up the spices so that they're not stuck to the baking paper. They're actually on the chickpeas. Whoop. Good. There we go. And then roast them for as long as you want. You want them a little bit warm, you can do that. Or you can roast them like at a lower temperature until they're crunchy. Am I the only one who has hankering for hummus and pita chips? Yeah. This is just, we just made cake, and these are just, I want to feel like chickpeas. So we're just doing some roasted chickpeas. Yum. Then just go in a salad. Oh, yum. Goat cheese. Okay, that's it. No, I don't know what else to do now till the cake's done. Should we learn how to step? Mr. B never got school cake. Damn. Okay. I signed up for the whole cake. It was really quick. It was 1 part flour, 1 part sugar, 1 part butter, 3 eggs, vanilla bean paste, easy. No more deep frying, Laxing. Oh my goodness. We've deep fried Monday and last Friday. No more deep frying. But I like the idea of churros, but we just need to spread it out a bit. How long for the cake? Maybe. Hey Google, how long on my timer? Maybe like 10 minutes?
There's 10 seconds remaining.
It's not ready yet. 3, 2, 1. Hey Google, stop. Hey Google, set timer for another 10 minutes. No, not you. Could you make churros in the air fryer? You could, but they wouldn't be as good. I feel like making bread. We can make some bread dough. There's a recipe. Okay, there's a recipe coming for ciabatta. I've just been really overthinking the method. I was feeling like I overcomplicated the method, but the recipe is coming out. It's a 5-minute ciabatta bread loaf. I filmed the video and then I was like, I thought I wanted to change it. I don't know if I do, but hopefully it's coming out by the end of the week. What does Exceed think of Daddy? He hasn't met Daddy yet. He's a bit busy, but I'll get his review. So we're gonna grab some bread flour. Should we make some hot cross buns? Do you guys want to see how I make my hot cross buns from the website? Once you make homemade hot cross buns, you'll never go back. Seriously. Who doesn't know what a hot cross bun is? So they're a spiced, usually with dried fruit, like sultanas or raisins. They're a spiced bun that is eaten at Christmas time. Well, it used to be Christmas time. Now it's eaten end of Christmas to the start of the end of Easter. This is a recipe I took years to modify and change and improve, and it is something that I'm very proud of. And it's very simple. Okay, let's have a look. You can do chocolate, you can do fruitless, so that you just add the spices. Chocolate is really nice. Simple, just spiced with nothing else in it. Oh, hello. Chocolate is really nice. Whoa. Okay. So, into here. So, this bowl, I was just thinking, this bowl I got from my grandma when she passed a year and a half ago, and nearly 2 years ago actually. I was at a store and I was trying to find another one, like, because, you know, I didn't know what, this doesn't have a brand on it or anything, and I saw one from Mason and Cash. I didn't realise, because I think it's really cool, it's really big, I love how amazing size it is. Is anyone familiar with the Mason and Cash brand? They must be imported, because they were way more expensive than I was expecting for a bowl, for a ceramic bowl. I know the song on the recorder, but I don't think I've ever had hot cross buns, likely because I had to play that miserable song on the recorder in fourth grade. I love that. Yes. It must be a universal thing, kids having to play recorder. Australians had to do it as well. My nana had one of those bowls years ago. My sister has it. Yeah. So I inherited this from my grandma. My dad saved it for me. And he said that she used to make bread in this when he was a boy. And I'd like to get some other, because I love the size of them. And I'm not familiar. It doesn't have a brand name. It's not like engraved with anything. Like there's no stamping. So it's probably not fancy. But something that I saw was similar was a brand called Mason and Cash. But I don't know. If anyone sees it, if anyone knows a brand that's similar to this, or knows, I'd like to buy another one for myself. Okay. The things you will need are 450 grams of water. So we want some warmish water. This recipe makes 12 buns. Thank you, Lexing. And then we're going to need 7 grams of yeast, some brown sugar. I'm going to go to get some brown sugar. What was like that family heirlooms? Like a good Pyrex, like the old school Pyrex? Yeah. Yo. Okay, so we've got flour, yeast, getting now. If I was yeast... Where was that? I opened a drawer before and I saw yeast in there and I was like, you don't belong in there. Where's the yeast? Okay. Recently, like as in today, I've opened a drawer and there was yeast in there and I didn't think of, I noticed it, but I didn't pay attention. Oh, there it is. It's in the fridge, but in a different place. Okay. Hey Google, what are hot cross buns?
According to Wikipedia, a hot cross bun is a spiced bun usually made with fruit, marked with a cross on the top, which has been traditionally eaten on Good Friday in the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Canada, India, Pakistan, Malta, United States, and the Commonwealth Caribbean. They are available all year round in some places, including the UK.
Might be a bit warm. I made it too hot. Hey Google, what is the accurate temperature for yeast proofing? What is it again? It's 37, isn't it?
On the website fleischmannsyyeast.com, they say 100 degrees to 110 degrees Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature for active dry yeast. 120 degrees to 130 degrees Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature for rapid rise and bread machine yeast.
All right. It's just okay. Okay, so now we're gonna add in, so we're gonna add in 7 grams of instant yeast. Okay. Hey Google, how long on my my timer? Oh, nuts. Still got a bit to go. Still a little bit soft. Okay, so we're just going to make sure this is fluffy. So this is instant yeast. Use a chopstick. So the way that I like to do it and tell people is, even though it's instant yeast, I still like to proof it just to make sure it's alive, because your water could be too hot and it would be dead. Like, you could kill it, you could be a murderer of the yeast. But what you want to do is just mix it so everything sinks to the bottom, and then you'll see yeast flatulence or yeast farts. And so what will happen is it will start to come to the top. And that's how it's really the best part of bread making. One of the best parts, probably the best. They're like little underwater explosions. It's amazing. Watch. We'll see if you can see it. Just keep watching. They'll start to happen. See how there's air bubbles coming up? Can you see the little bubbles? But then you'll start to see little explosions, like little fireworks. Trust me. Just going to pop these because it's fun. Keep watching. Can you see? Little things that are coming to the top, but it'll come all quickly as a little explosion. You'll see. You'll see what I mean when it happens. So it is a little bit hard for you guys, but for me, because I can see closely, there's little small bubbles coming to the top, rising slowly, like the granules of yeast. It's coming soon. It's coming. Are you staring at it like I am? It smells so good. And in a minute, we're going to add 150 grams or 3/4 of a cup of brown sugar and all our spices. And so if there's no action, no bubbles, then your yeast is dead. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I could put my spoon or something and agitate it and it will make it happen quicker, but it will come. You just gotta be patient. Well, you guys watch that. It's like watching paint dry at the moment, but I promise it will get there. It'll change. I promise. I'm just gonna grab the cinnamon, ginger, allspice, cardamom. Allspice, cardamom. Ginger. Wasn't happening. I'm a bit nervous now. The granules are there, so just, I was a bit worried about the temperature. We'll just have to see. It doesn't usually take this long. My yeast, is it dead? What has happened? All right, so keep it. Your recipe says 41 to 46 Celsius. On, yeah. Hold on. Where? Oh yeah, water temperature 41 to 46. 110 to 115. Yeah. Maybe my yeast is, I think, I don't know, maybe. Are you alive? Are you alive? They're moving. I think they're alive. Now I see where you check it. Good call. Yeah. It's always been. It usually doesn't take this long, but I think. So what happens? The temperature of the water was too hot, but the bowl. This is what I would talk about, like metal or ceramic. The bowl is colder, so when you put it in, it reduces the temperature. So. I'll just wait for a little bit longer. Because it's really hard for you guys to see, but it is moving here. So I'll give it a few more minutes. I'm going to check on the cake. All right, maybe another minute or two on the cake. Because like now, yeah, it's really reduced. It's 80, it's 92 Fahrenheit, 33 degrees Celsius. So it's cooled down quite a bit. Gonna head to bed. Gonna take Lara to the vet. Oh, I hope everything goes well. I hope everything's going good. Beware. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm gonna ditch this and start again. Better to be safe than sorry. Where did my... I had a cup. So I'm going to start colder. 450 grams. $449. Okay. All right, let's go with that. So instant yeast is finer granules, so it will dissolve quicker and activate quicker. It's more shelf stable. So usually I just do like this. Very spongy. Wow. Yum. Okay, just look at that for a minute. Okay, it was awesome. Thanks. Okay, so we're gonna gently grab this out, like that. Take this out, like this. And I just gently, you don't want to put too much pressure on it. Grab from underneath the baking paper, just flip it over like that. That looks so good. Are you alive? Oh, this smells so good. Molly, do you keep your yeast in the fridge? I do. Sometimes if I'm buying it in bulk, I keep half it in the freezer. But yes, it stays in the fridge. And it's not very old. So it may be because of the temperature, the humidity has set it off. But I usually don't have an issue with it. Like, see, you've got, I think it is okay, because see how you've got the air bubbles here? Yeah, you've got air bubbles coming off here. I think it is okay. It just isn't as warm in this room. I think the cold, this has set it off. We are watching yeast grow. Yeah, see if I mixed it and so you can see the bubbles coming off the surface. I think it's okay. Hey dog. We're making cake. School cake. I'm gonna let that cool. It's perfect. Really big fan of. This is a really lovely shape and size as well. I think I never had a sheet cake before I started streaming. I never knew what a sheet cake was until I was introduced to American culture, having cakes like this in not rather than tall cakes, having like flatter sheet cakes. I love it because you've got a small amount of cake, nice amount of frosting, smaller portions. I love it. Big fan, big fan. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and go here. Easy recipes are the best. They are. That's what I like to create easy, approachable recipes. So we're gonna add in 700 grams of flour. So we're making, here, this is gonna be hot cross buns. 700 exactly. 714. 700. There we go. And while we're waiting for our cake to cool, we're making hot cross buns dough. So I'll show you how to make this, but eventually we'll probably make the rest. The recipe on the website, it's super easy. Okay. Some salt. So we're going to zero this. I'm going to add in 8 grams of salt. So I use kosher salt or cooking salt in Australia, same as kosher salt. So they're nice, larger grains of salt. If you're using like a table salt, you want to use half as much. These salt you can pinch really easy. It's very, the granules are all basically the same size. So it's even distribution throughout your dish and easy to measure. So cooking salt or kosher salt. All right, zero again. We're going to add 150 grams of brown sugar. $154. So let's just take a little bit of this off. There we go. 3/4 of a cup of brown sugar. This is exceeds probably one of his favourite recipes that I make. Then we're going to add our spices. So we're going to go in with cinnamon, ginger, allspice, cardamom, nutmeg, clove. Okay? So we're going to start with a teaspoon and a half of cinnamon. And then ginger. Allspice. A lot of spice. All the good things. Cardamom. And then nutmeg and clove I need to grab. Traditionally, these are then, once they're shaped and they're proofed and everything, they're piped with a topping, which is a cross for Easter. You can do that if you want. You can eat them plain. You do you, boo. We need clove ground, and some nutmeg. Check the oven, Molly. There's nothing in there. There's just your chickpeas. You're all good. I can smell them. You can smell them before they overcook. The cake is here. Okay. So here, you can knead if you wanted to, but this is a stretch and fold recipe if you don't have a stand mixer. You want to mix it like this. So until it's nice and scraggy. You can make a no-knead recipe in this. Just mix it, cover it, set it aside for 8 to 10 hours. About 8 hours with the amount of yeast in here. You want to cover it for about 4 to 6 hours, I would say. Does it smell good? It smells lovely in here. With these spices and those spices and that beautiful vanilla cake, it smells amazing. Okay. So what we're doing is we're going to set this aside for about 20 minutes for an autolyse. So basically the flour in here and the starch is going to be, we're going to add the water, and then the starch is going to swell and it's going to absorb the water and then start to create gluten. Sorry, I was, no. That's okay. That's fantastic. It's great that you checked. I appreciate that you checked, Lexing. Don't ever think that. No. It's all good. Don't think you can't ask questions. I'm appreciative. Sorry that I made you feel that you couldn't. Questions are great. Okay, so this is scraggy, smells lovely, scraggy mix. So you'll see when we bring it back, that it will, see like if I pick it up, see it doesn't, there's no structure to it. It just, you can't pick it up and it doesn't do anything. There's no gluten. Okay, wash our hands again. I'm gonna cover it. Okay, we need this to be completely cool for our frosting. It smells really good. And you can notice I put it upside down, so it's flattened the bottom surface so that it, if there was any raised kind of uneven level, then by flipping it upside down, it kind of self-levels itself somewhat. And then we've got a nice, even, look at that, look how flat that is. Nice flat surface to then put our frosting on when it is cool enough, okay? So we can do a little bit tricky. See, this is nice and even, but this side, we can just take a little bit off here and see what it looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Wow, so fluffy. Look at that. Wow. I like the idea of 1 part egg, no, sorry, 1 part flour, 1 part butter, 1 part sugar, and then egg. I might use that to make my own version of cake because this is amazing. And then we'll call it like a snack cake. It's really light and fluffy, crispy on the edge. This is really good. Yum. We did that. So easy. Hey. Excuse me, that would be amazing with like a passion fruit frosting, I think. Or mango. Like a cream cheese frosting with mango. Oh. Look at these chickpeas. Look at that. Probably a little bit longer. Just a little bit soft. You want them a little bit crunchier, you can add a little bit more oil. Just cook them at a lower temperature. Aren't they? I've been thinking I want to make more dosa, nido. I'm obsessed. But I need to find more dal, the white dal, so I don't have to pick the black bits out of it, like the skins. Do you know where I get it? Do I buy it online? I always like to fry them in a pan. Okay. Hello. Hey Google, can dogs eat chickpeas?
On the website masterclass.com, they say, dogs can eat fresh chickpeas, also known as garbanzo beans, but dogs should not eat hummus, most canned chickpeas, or dried chickpeas, which can be a choking hazard.
I didn't want any. I smelled them. You're beautiful, Chester. He really wants cake. I make red lentil smoked dal. I want to make dosa. I need the white ones. No more. It's got sugar in it. Sugar isn't good for dogs. Okay, frosting. I know it's... I want to do a passion fruit frosting, but I know it's a school cake. Who votes plain icing? I need your thoughts. Who wants... Cole says instant dosa mix. Don't. Hey Google, add instant dosa mix to my shopping list. Don't even. Okay,
Sure.
vote.
I added instant dosa mix to the list called shopping.
Cream cheese frosting with passion fruit or plain frosting for school cake? What do you think? Orange icing. I don't have oranges. Sugar's not good for humans as well, but who's got cancer? You got cancer. Cancer, sugar feeds your cancer. You can have a liver treat. So cream cheese frosting, passion fruit cream cheese frosting, or regular frosting. Like a regular, just icing and hot water. Good, I'd go plain. Regular. You are the kindest, friendliest dog, but I think that you would kill the world for liver treats. Wouldn't you? You would kill us all. Half and half. Yep. Oma. Cream cheese might be too heavy. Yeah, I understand. Oh. It's there. Good job. You did it. He's just my favorite. Now I have to... What about, okay, so normal frosting. Okay, cream cheese might be too heavy. I get that. Clean the bench from where you licked. Thank you. Okay. So. School cake. So 2 cups of flour, I would say. 2 powdered sugar. It's not 175 grams. Okay, regular or passion fruit? If we're doing regular icing, do you want it passion fruit? Let's just do regular, and then I can swirl passion fruit on top. Okay? It said boiling water, but I don't think we need to do that. Do we? I just want to add cream cheese to it for some thickness. I want like a some swirl action. Get the mini whisk. And see what you think. I think I'm going to recreate this recipe, recreate a cake like this, so I will then experiment. I feel like this idea of this cake will be really good. You can make it simple, or I'm going to do a bougie version for the website. Because I've taken someone else's recipe, but I never really knew about the kind of the 1 part sugar, flour, self-raising flour. So I'm going to try and tweak that. For this size is really good. So what did I say? This is 11 by 7. Is that my cake tin? Do you guys have anything similar? An 8 by 12? What kind of cake tin size do you have? Because I know in Australia ours are slightly different for some reason. It's a bit too thin. And then I want to do a simple frosting version, and then maybe like an enriched passion fruit cream cheese. I'm not sure. Because I think it would be really good, like as a spring, summery cake. When you got visitors coming over. When's passion fruit season? I never really know, because I use passion fruit from a tin. Do you guys like passion fruit? Well, so that's like the consistency that you want. So it's going to set thick, okay? Grab yourself a offset spatula. Oh, that one's too big. This one's my favorite. I love the wood handle and it's so small. Not a fan of passion fruit, okay? So here, this is okay because it's a little bit more firm, but on other cakes where there is more of a crumb, like a softer crumb, you got to be careful when you push and then pull back, because sometimes it can pull the crumbs and introduce them into the frosting. So using an offset spatula or the back of a spoon. Ripe summer and winter. Summer and winter both? Wow, I didn't know that. Luxing, I always forget that you're Australian. I don't know why. Don't worry, I always forget the Nito's from Sydney. So it's quite thick that it's staying put where I kind of spread it to. It's not spreading too much, which is great. Means that we've got like the right quantity, right proportion of sugar to liquid. Because you don't want to go gooey down the sides. I hate when that happens. You can ice this when it's in the cake tin as well. See how I'm picking up some crumbs? Just pull them out, put them on the side. There we go. Just kind of gently scrape across like that. And then it will kind of self-level itself. Yeah. This would be great to use our Easter sprinkles, but we're at school. Imagining we're at school. Did they do sprinkles at school? Would you use hundreds and thousands? What do we think? If this was sold at a school cafeteria, what kind of sprinkles would you have on top? This had looked like had rainbow sprinkles. I thought these. They're cute. How cute does that look? Cool. That is a school cake, my friends. Okay. Look at that. School cake, mother flippers. Let's get these sprinkles from here. Look how good they look. Nice and fluffy. Probably could have done a thicker layer of icing if I'm honest. Let's take this one. I would be happy with this at school. But it got outlawed in the UK because it's unhealthy. Look at that. Look at that crumb. That's amazing. I'm going to work on a vanilla cake recipe like this. Okay. But we're not going to use self-raising flour. We're going to use plain flour. It's nice and sometimes when cakes are a little bit too fluffy, sometimes they're a bit dry. And this is nice. I think it needs some tweaks though. It's really good. It's bordering on too fluffy. No, I don't like cake that is like that, like crumb where you can't bite into it and it falls off. In my personal preference, I don't like cakes like that. I like them to have a little bit more structure because like It's like falling on the floor. I don't want it to fall on my floor. I want it to fall on my mouth. Look at it. Falling apart. That could be too much leavening. It's like, that's what, with using plain flour, it allows you to control the amount of leavening or, baking powder in a recipe. So reducing that would reduce this. It's like, that, while that looks nice, it just falls apart. You get what I mean? Like, see how I can't even cut that and it just, the crumb is too, doesn't hold its shape nicely. I would just reduce the amount of leavening just so that you can cut a nice slice and it doesn't, when you bite into it, it doesn't just like go like that and break away. Just little things. You can't eat cake. No cake. All right, so going back to this, I don't know how long this has been on for. Oh, let me just, back to our, so you know how I talk about no knead recipes and you don't actually need to knead them? It takes a long time, but the proteins build on their own. So if you remember when we made this dough, I told you that there was like, I showed you that it was like there was no structure to it, that it was falling apart. So I'm just wetting my hands a little bit just so that they doesn't stick. Watch out. So now this has been sitting for 10, 15 minutes. So look at this. Look at that structure. See how that, it's gluten building on its own. So if I left this sit aside on its own for 5 or 6 hours, it's like it's kneaded itself. Look how amazing that is. Before I picked it up and it was just like falling apart. So what you want to do, rest to create stretch. So all I do is just, so that the scraggy parts, you can do this with a spoon, but all I do is just kind of push it into each other and mix it. So it just hydrates all these scraggy parts, and then you just sit it aside for longer. So just tip it like that, cover it and let it sit aside, and then no knead. Really, really easy. So with these hot cross buns, we usually do raisins for my husband. And so I get raisins or sultanas and we soak them in bourbon or whiskey, Scotch whiskey. You could do Baileys, you can do whatever you like. Soak them and then we can boil them, like simmer them on the stove to plump them up. And then that is probably the key to getting really beautiful, rich fruit when you add them into a cake or a recipe. You want to plump them up and rehydrate them, because you think of sultanas or raisins, they're dried, so they're dehydrated. So adding some moisture, even orange juice, if you don't want to use alcohol, use orange juice. Rehydrate them, let them soak for a few hours or like simmer them for a few minutes. Rehydrate them, then add them to your bread, fold them in, and add some really amazing flavor. Cool. Or you can use choc chips, whatever you want. But that is the tips to making my hot cross buns. If you have a stand mixer, just mix them in a stand mixer for like 15 minutes and do the stretch test so that you can do the window pane test, then continue on with the recipe. But if you don't have any equipment, you can do stretch or folds, or you can do, like I said, mix it, set it aside, and then come back after 20 or 30 minutes, just mix it again, sit it aside for another 4 to 5 hours, depending on the temperature of your room, and then you've got like a no-knead recipe. It takes a long time, but it means that you have less work to do. Cool? All right. So, nostalgia stream day 2. Demilk Squad, how's your day been? Demilk Squad, you're the perfect person. Demilk Squad, have you had at school, did you have school cake? Did you have like a vanilla cake like this? We got told by Southall that they suggested for Nostalgia Week this school cake. So we've made it. Look at this. Yeah, I don't like that it's cut and it's not even. Yes, it's firm favourite over here. So this is a recipe that I followed from Granny with baking with, I'm so dyslexic, baking with Granny, and I'm going to try and kind of make my own version, but very tasty. Reminds me of my grandma. Yum. Then we did, it's not very pretty at the moment. We did Rotel dip this morning. And we did walking tacos. What is your DOTD? Are you team cake, Rotel dip, walking tacos? What was your favorite? So Rotel dip is like nacho, like Velveeta kind of fake American cheese, like that nacho cheese or American cheddar with tinned tomatoes, peppers, chili peppers, and ground beef. And we served it with some tortilla chips or some Doritos. Then we did walking tacos, which were basically nachos in a Doritos packet. They were good. And then we did poor man's pizza, which was Dex's idea with white toast with pizza and then cheese on top. What do you think? Pink strawberry cake and strawberry flavoured icing with, oh, wow, okay. I've never had strawberry flavoured cake before. Pink strawberry cake, interesting. So let me know your DOTD, your dish of the day. That was chickpeas that I also made, but I'd have to say I think the cake the best. I'm not usually a cake person, but this has been really yummy. Or the Rotel dip. The nachos were good as well. So, I don't know. We learn about stepping today as well. Learn a lot about stepping. And we watch some stepping, learn about different like marching bands and things. Thank you everyone for getting involved. DOTD for me was nachos because it inspired me to heat up some chili con carne and have for lunch with corn chips. Yes, Margot, I love that. I love that. All right. Thank you. DOT for me was the cake because I love lazy cake. Okay. Would you like to see a Molly version, Nido? Would you make it Molly version? What flavour? Do you think vanilla? Anything you change? Do you think we should change? I like the idea of we might do the same cake but different frosting types. I feel like you've just convinced me to make some of that cake today. 186 grams, 185 grams of butter, 185 grams of sugar, 185 grams of let's go with 180 grams of plain flour, 5 grams of baking powder, 3 eggs. Yeah. And then frosting of choice. I can't wait to take this to my family. I can't wait to see my mum and my Polly, my stepdad. Okay, guys. German pancake meatloaf. Friday. We're making German pancake nostalgic for Antamina. Meatloaf. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel if anyone has any other nostalgic recipes so I can replace meatloaf, let me know. I'm taking suggestions. It's not that I don't like meatloaf. It just, I've heard, I don't like, do you recommend meatloaf? Do you think it's good? I've heard, I'm a bit dubious about it. And then we're going to prepare for pink. So I'm looking tomorrow for dress ideas, or like what I'm going to wear to pink. So if you need help, I'm not very good at fashion or dressing myself. That's why I just wear the same thing most days. It's just easier. But I'm very excited. 1 day and 19 hours, 59 minutes. You're not a fan of meatloaf? But what about his music? But until then, make sure you join Discord. If you're new to the stream, hit the follow button. Thank you for those who have contributed to the stream today. Kerry, 46 months, Flossie for 23 months, Liz for 24, and Maddie rated. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you for being here. Comfort food, best comfort food ever. Thank you everybody. Josh, any suggestions for what to do with meatloaf? And do you have a recipe I should follow? Because I'm a bit nervous. I saw a funny video the other day of a guy carrying his baby around in the strappy hanging jumper thing and pretending she was at a Pink concert. Yeah, can you find it again? My mum's chili. Ooh. Got to use barbecue sauce instead of ketchup when making meatloaf. Okay. Barbecue sauce. I don't even know if I own barbecue sauce. Oh, I think I've got Jack Daniel's barbecue. Is this to go on top of the meatloaf once it's cooked? Like I said, I've never made it before, I don't think. Maybe I feel like there is something similar I've made to meatloaf before from a themed cookbook. I usually make it with half beef, half pork, smoky barbecue. Oh, ketchup on top. Okay, like a glaze. All right, I'm gonna check it out. All right, everyone, thank you for being here. We're gonna raid. Hello, Rachel. She's playing Palia. So copy and paste a raid call message. We haven't been to Rachel's stream for a long time, so we're just gonna check her out, see what she's up to. I gotta check that she's live just to make sure, because we have this. Oh wait, I think she's. Oh, hold on. Hold on. She's live. So she's playing. Rachel's playing Palia for the first time. So let's go and check her out. Copy and paste the raid call message. Mods, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, everybody. Nito, thank you for my daddy and my pickle. I'm a big fan and I'm very grateful to you. Thank you everyone for being amazing and having fun with nostalgia with me. Take care, brush your hair, be good to yourself and those around you this week. Make it a good one. And I'll see you next time. Love you, bye.